Very nice of you to say, Derek. I'll be right back, and we'll get. Okay, let's get started. So Derek P says, "Hello, just wanted to say that I love your content. Recently started watching your channel, and I enjoy your insights and how you talk through when you play." Well, thank you very much for that comment, Derek. So today we are going to build a bunch of commanders for EDH from Foundations that hasn't released yet. I have already built some of them. One was a request from a viewer when we were getting Foundations previews, and another one I built off stream. Let's just go through that really quick. We'll pull up. Oh, and not just Foundations, but Jumpstart. Well, so it's going to be set FDN or J25 is Commander. So there's 94 legends, although some of these are reprints, so let's cut those off. Is reprint? No. So there's 39 new possible commanders. Oh, I should take this off. And not all of them are, good or interesting, but we have gone through some of them. So We had a reviewer request, or we had a viewer request Sinette Jelly Drover on one of the previous streams, so that's already built. And I built Evereth Viceroy of Plunder off stream. But Evereth Viceroy is basically just another way of having a sack outlet in the command zone. Like, there's nothing specifically about her that is particularly noteworthy. It's basically, there's two things about her. So she's a sack outlet in the command zone, so you can do all the sack outlet combos with her. But also she has this flinging effect that hits all of your opponents. And it means that she can also be her own win condition sometimes. Although you still want to have a lot of the 3-card sack combos in your deck already, like, anyway, besides just her. So the main ones we're going to be looking over today are... On the wheel, we've got Hurska Sweettooth, Loot Exuberant Explorer, Niv Mizzet Visionary, Flagon Lord of the Beach, Rav Tithe Extractor. Where is the other one? I don't know why it's not showing up here, but Sandstorm Crasher should be on here, unless that's not a legend. I thought that was a legend. All right, we'll take a look at that. And then Thurid, Mare of Destiny, and Tiny Bones Baubles Burglar. Bauble Burglar is what we're going to be looking at. Is Sandstorm Crasher not a commander? I thought it was. Sandstorm. I guess it isn't. All right, well, we'll take that off the list. So anyway. Yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. And of course, as always, if you have, you know, a deck you want me to critique or a commander that I haven't built yet that you want to see built, you can always request that in the chat and we will do so. So to begin with, all right, a fun one. Thurid, Mare of Destiny. All right. Thurid. So I don't know if this is actually going to be doable, but let's see. So Thurid, and I don't know why Moxfield does this. If the commander isn't legal, it like shifts everything to the right until you refresh. I'm not really sure why, but she's a 4-mana 2/4 flying lifelink Pegasus. Whenever you cast a Pegasus, Unicorn, or Horse creature, copy it, and other Pegasi, Unicorns, and Horses get +1/+1. So mainly, we're going to want the copy effect here and not anything else. The major problem here is going to be Horse Tribal is pretty limited in what you can play. We ain't horsing around here? Indeed, we're not. In fact, we can probably find... I'm going to guess the total number of Horse, Pegasus, and Unicorn-related things is going to be under 100. I'm going to guess we don't even get to triple-digit cards. So, first thing, as usual... Add the starter kit, add the 1-color mana base. Clearly we want our commander protected, so let's add protection. Beyond that, we're mono white, so we probably want to be stacks. Let's just refresh this so everything shifts to the left. Okay, there we go. We're not going to need Lightning Greaves, and we need to take out all the fetches. Mana Vault can probably go, but we'll come back to that later. So fix the mana base up. So those are all the lands we're definitely not going to play, and then everything else is up for debate. I mean, the fact that we were playing a bunch of creatures also means we're not going to play Tabernacle for sure. But as far as like what other Dax pieces I'm going to want, I'm probably going to want the Moms to protect this, so probably Curse Totem's going to go, and then I almost never play Armageddon or Ravages. We can probably get rid of those. Aside from that, I'm not sure what else is going to be in the deck. So we're going to figure out which stacks we actually want once we go through and see what our Pegasus, Unicorn, and Horse creatures want us to do. Welcome, Chris. All right, so we want format as EDH. Actually, let's say no to that because I don't know if Foundations or whatever has additional horses. Let's say game paper... ID is white, and then I want it to say one of the following things. It must be a creature or type Pegasus, or type Horse, or type Unicorn, or I want it to say in the text, Pegas, and then Pegasi is different in plural. So let's say Oracle's Pegas, or Oracle says unicorn, or the Oracle says horse. When do you play Mass Land Destruction? So, Armageddon effects basically is when you either have a means for which the MLD is asymmetrical. So basically, like, that usually means you have ramp that is not land-based. So, like, you have tons and tons of mono rocks. So it doesn't matter that you're going to blow all the lands up because you're still going to retain your mono rocks. Or you're very aggressive, especially if your commander can, like, solo carry your aggro plan. So you only need to resolve, like, just your commander or maybe just a few threats. Then you blow up all the lands, and it doesn't matter that you don't have any lands either because your threats are just going to take over the board. So I can't think of one that immediately comes to mind. Let me just look up a deck that I do have Armageddon in. Armageddon. Garda, Zeriam. Okay, so a deck like Zeriam, for example. So Zeriam alone starts creating Griffin tokens, and then those tokens make more tokens, so you can exponentially grow your field. So basically here, all you have to do is play Zeriam and then blow all the lands up, and then you're probably going to be ahead. So situations like that. There's also some ways of mitigating MLD, especially in white. So you have access to 2 indestructible lands in Darksteel Citadel and Cascading Cataracts, and you've got access to Flagstones of Trocaire, which when it dies will go fetch you another land. So there's things like that. Also, white gets to play cards like Land Tax, for example. So let's say you have Land Tax, and then you blow all the lands up. All you need is for somebody to play 1 land after that, and then you can Land Tax with 3 planes. So there's things like that. Like, basically, it's either when the fact that you're blowing all of your lands up doesn't matter because you're ahead on the board anyway, or when you have ways of mitigating it. Is basically when you play them, but you usually don't. And then all the other stacks cards, I'm not sure if I would include them or not. I have to see what the horses and Pegasus and unicorn stuff leads me to. All right, so how many cards are actually like this? 73. So I was correct. It was under 100. So we don't want to play just like random 2/3s, example, right? We want our guys to do stuff. So this is enchantment to give us more Pegasi. Okay, so that sounds fine, even though it is awkward that it's 4 mana, which means it's competing with our commander on the curve. Although not exactly. So what you want is either creatures that are cheaper than our commander, so that when our commander comes out, it's just pumping them all, or you want as much or more expensive because then you can copy them and get more copies after the fact. So you go like, you know, turn 4, your commander, turn 5, play a bigger creature that's in the tribe and copy it. Our creature gets +1 in flying, terrible. Bill the Pony. ETB get 2 foods and then toughness related. Okay, that's bad. Prevent all non-combat damage that would be dealt to you and creatures you control. Okay, that's bad. Whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, create a unicorn. I normally would say this is not good enough, but I'm imagining that our choices are going to be incredibly limited here. So this is basically 5 mana whenever you play a creature, make a Pegasus. Or no, a unicorn. Oh, it doesn't even have flying. So it's just a 2/2 that's going to get +1. Yeah, that's really bad. You know what? Let's that one. When Boreas Charger leaves the battlefield, choose an opponent who controls more lands, and you search your library for a number of planes equals the difference. Okay, yeah, it's one of those cards. It has to. The fact that it has to die or leave, I guess you could blink it, but the fact that it has to leave instead of enter means that's, and it's also restricted by our opponents having more lands than us is bad, so bad. Enters, tap a thing. Yeah, all right. What does Bronze Horse do? It's just big, right? It's not even that big. Yeah. Sack this to destroy target artifact or enchantment. It costs 2, and we have to pay 2 and sack it. That's so bad. Hang on 1 second. Sorry about that. That was the DMV calling. Anyway, nothing to worry about. It's fine. What does our commander do? It gives +1 to all the creatures in the tribe, but far more importantly, it copies our guys. So, Thurid. Whenever you cast a Pegasus, Unicorn, or Horse, copy it. Okay, so the fact that we can play this and we get a copy of it is also just not good. Because you're basically saying, like, you're either paying 4 mana to blow up 1 artifact or enchantment, or you're paying 6, because you still have to pay the 2 to activate it in the first place. That's bad. Alright, enchantments tap stuff, something gets flying, gain life to get a +1 counter. Jesus. I guess if we're gaining enough life... I know that some of the horses have life gain related themes, but I don't think it's going to be enough of them for me to want this. Looks cool on paper, but I don't think you have enough good creatures to even clone. Yeah, I think that's going to be the problem. So, Crested Sunmare is, other horses have Indestructible, and at the beginning of each end step, you gain life this turn. If you gain life this turn, you make a 5/5 horse. That one's good. But these are all bad. Horsemanship. From commander you control attacks, put a counter on it. That's bad too. Loyal Unicorn is all of our stuff gets prevented damage, right? Beginning of combat on your turn, if you control your commander, prevent all combat damage will be dealt to creatures you control this turn. Other creatures you control gain vigilance. Also not good. Oh, look, an attraction. Okay, man, we're already on the ends, and it's not getting much better. Blink's a thing, and then at 6 mana on end step, if a permanent left, make a 1/1 Pegasus. Dump a guy. Oh, Bunicorn is a unicorn. Okay, sure. Here we go. Sack to blow up an enchantment, and we don't have to pay mana for it. Sacred Mesa. Beginning of upkeep. Sack, unless you sacrifice a Pegasus. 2 mana to make a Pegasus. That's terrible. ETB. Return a permanent with value 3 or less from grave to your hand. Return it to the battlefield instead if you control them now. That's also just random horsemanship dudes. Lifelink guy. Artifacts and enchantments cost less. Okay, that's something. Stormherd. Technically is in our tribe, sure. What does this even do? The Girl in the Fireplace. Create a 1/1 that's not one of our types with Vanishing 3 and prevent all damage that would be dealt to it. Create a 2/2 horse with Doctors of Horsemanship. Okay, we're gonna pass on that. Alright, Vryn Wingmare as a stacks piece. Okay. And then, yeah, that would be it pretty much. Holy crap. Alright, what about Changeling? We've got what? Mirror Entity? Which, it doesn't matter if we copy it. It's also specifically a creature that it copies, so Crib Swap doesn't apply. I guess Maskwood Nexus? I really don't want this just to be Maskwood Nexus .deck, where it's just a matter of get commander, get Maskwood Nexus, make everything into a horse, and then copy all horses. Yeah, this is not gonna work. How many do we have in total? We've got, I probably tagged some of these. So in total, the number that we actually wound up with, we have 2 Pegasi, 1 horse, and 2 unicorns. So we found 5 actually playable creatures in our tribe. Yep. Like, the only other direction to take this is Maskwood Nexus, choose one of these 3 types, and then do combos where, like, I don't know, Village Bellringer's a horse now. That just sounds boring AF. Alright, well, Thurid didn't turn out well. So goodbye, Thurid. Delete. So moving on. What is our next possibility? I think all of the other ones probably are going to be fine. Rav Tithe Extractor. Okay. This one's probably the best one out of all of them. It's not legal. Isn't it Rav? Tithe Extractor. Rev. Oh, it's Rev Tithe Extractor. Okay. The Rev Tithe Extractor is whenever you attack, target creature gains Death Touch until end of turn. And whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token, then look at the top card of that player's library and exile it face down. You may cast that card for as long as it remains exiled. So, 1, it gives Death Touch. 2, it's sort of half a Grim Hireling because it makes 1 treasure per hit instead of 2. Although you can only ever get a maximum of 3 because it's dependent on the player being hit and not every single creature. But it also face down exiles opponent's cards and you can Gaunty them. So, it's ramp, sort of, not really. Card advantage and Death Touch in the command zone. So let's add the starter kit. We are 1 color, right? Yeah, we're 1 color. So 1 color mana base. Then let's refresh this so this gets fixed. Yeah, so we do want Rev to come out as fast as possible. So let's add fast mana to our list. And we do want, to some extent, for our ramp cards to also be creatures so that we can attack our opponents and trigger this. So let's add ramp. And let's add protection because we don't want our guy to get killed. We don't particularly need to give it haste though. That's fine. And then we'll probably need more removal because we're in mono black. And a little bit of stacks. I'm not sure. First of all, let's start cutting some stuff immediately. So we probably don't need Lightning Greaves, although I don't necessarily want to get rid of that. Obviously, we got to cut all the off-color fetches. So Mesa, I don't really want Cabal Pit either. That can go. Strand, Misty, probably not going to be a Nykthos deck. And probably not a tower deck either. Then let's get rid of Tarn. The only reason to keep the black fetches is if we're playing Bolas' Citadel or Fatal Push. If we're not playing either of those cards, then we're going to cut all the fetches. Shizo is actually relevant here. Takenuma is not. And then get rid of Yavimaya and Wooded and Windswept. And then we can increase the number of swamps to get up to at least 30 lands. Then there's the ramp cards. Obviously, Heartless Summoning is not going to work in our deck. And then we're also going to immediately take out all the medallions except for Jet Medallion. So Pearl, Ruby, Sapphire. And I don't really want Worn Power Stone or Palladium Myrrh. That's fine. And then we need to cut way down on removal as well, but I'll figure that out later. For stacks, we actually can play Chains because our commander exiles the cards. We don't draw them. We're almost certainly not going to be able to play Null Rod. I don't want Planar Void or Tabernacle. Thorn's probably also not what we're trying to do, so get rid of that. And Torpor Orb, maybe, can stay. And I don't want to play Winter Orb, but I can play Winter Moon, possibly, depending on this. Let's get rid of Fel the Profane. I don't want that either. Oh yeah, and then the rainbow stuff. So City of Brass, Command Tower, Exotic Orchard, and Mana Confluence. None of those need to be here. And I should actually be at 31 because I don't really count Cabal Coffers as a land because it doesn't start producing mana until you have usually Urborg in play plus at least 4 lands total. Are there 2 color decks in which you wouldn't play fetch lands? No. I was trying to think of if there's like a white deck that is multiple colors that I would really, really want Leonin Arbiter in, but no. All right. We're definitely not going to want Rain of Filth, and then the type of fast mana matters. So I don't want Blood Pet, Basilthrall, or Sacrifice. All the other ones are potentially up for debate. This is probably also not a Grim Monolith deck, although we can come back to that. Okay, so the main thing I want is, so we already have a deck that cares about Death Touch stuff, and that's Zagreus, so we can compare it to that and see what that deck was running that we can run as well. Oh yeah, we could run Necrodon. Well, as another card draw outlet. So I'm mainly looking for what are the cards that deal damage, but specifically in mono black. Also, we're trying to hit our opponent, so Gix is a solid enough choice. Mindblade Render possibly, although maybe not that one, but we can come back to that. Is there nothing in black? Surely there must be. Unique to Zagreus. Are all of the pinging effects all red? I thought at least a few of them would be black, but seemingly not. Because it needs to be damage and not... Yeah, it needs to be damage based and not life loss. And it also can't hit everything. So like Pestilence deals damage, but it also hits all of our own creatures. Oh, and it's also not a creature. It specifically has to be a creature, right? Whenever you attack target creature gains Death Touch. Okay, so... let's look for EDH, ID black, type creature, probably not more than 3 mana, and it must say deals damage, but I specifically don't want that to be combat damage. And also the damage that it deals needs to not be to players only, so I need it to either say creature or any target. There are 25 results. So yeah, there's Crypt Rats, but that kills everything on our side as well. Umbage Witches, the problem is opponents can just choose the witches, or right, and 1 damage. The target of an opponent's choice. They can just choose the witches to kill themselves. This has to die, so it's not repeatable. Fleshraker? I don't think we're going to have enough colorless or any combos with this in order to consistently generate the cards for this. Tap or sacrifice Gangrenous Zombies. Okay, no, I don't want to sacrifice stuff. And it exploits things. The creature also has to attack, right? Vine Lasher only hits opponents. Iku does what we deals damage to itself equal to its power. Okay, so that doesn't actually apply. It would be too expensive either way. The Bowmasters also doesn't do it because it's an ETB trigger. Plague Spitter, which is on upkeep, right? Or yeah. So basically it's just Ballista. I think Ballista is the only one that does it. It's like Ticking Gnomes, but again, you have to sack it. You have to have Perilous Murd die. Lesser Masticore costs 4 mana to do it, though. At that point, that's just the same as pumping Ballista up and then shooting people with it. Why are you running fetches in this deck? For Bolas's Citadel / Fatal Push. That's the only reason. If I wind up cutting both of those cards, I'll cut all the fetches. Yeah, there's just nothing, is there? I guess, actually... if there's ways of mitigating damage to our own stuff. So how is Dolmen Gate worded? Prevent all combat damage. Okay, so not Dolmen Gate. What about prevent damage and not combat damage? Creature. 17 results. Let's not have the ones that are super expensive. 5 or less. Glacial Chasm. Prevent all damage to be dealt to you. No. Damage dealt to creatures is reduced to 0. That includes our opponent's creatures. This is too expensive. This is too expensive. Only applies to the equipped creature. Oh, let's take equipment off of this list. Oasis, the next 1 damage that would be dealt to target creature this turn, that's not going to help. I'm looking for something more along the lines of prevent all damage to all of our creatures, which I didn't expect to find in mono black. Yeah, alright, so there's no way to do it. So yeah, basically Rev's Death Touch ability only applies to Ballista. So we're mainly not going to be concerned with that. We're only going to be concerned with the treasures and exiling the top stuff as a way of generating card advantage. So now the main question is basically, what's the... Oh, let's get rid of Amber. What's the best way to do this? Since we're in mono black, we don't actually have access to like that many stacks effects, so we probably can't afford to like cut all of our ramp and only play stacks. That's not going to be applicable. Mainly what I'm going to want is probably cheap creatures, especially those with evasion, to attack our opponents. And then we're going to want as many removal spells that like clear out multiple pieces of the board. So like edicts that hit everything, right? And less single target removal, but not entirely none. Let's get rid of Bitter Triumph, Rollick, and Fatal. Probably push and Dismember because we're going to have a lot of these edicts anyway. And then we don't want to Deluge because we're going to be running a bunch of cheap creatures. I like Mana Vaulting into Rev. I don't like Grim Monolithing into her, so let's get rid of that. I also don't particularly want Culling the Weak, because I want my cheap creatures to be hitting opponents and then generating the advantage, although this is a maybe. Cabal Ritual is only a turn 3 play, right? Because we're never going to have Threshold fast enough for this to matter, so it's the equivalent of just a Mana Rock, except it's not, because it's a one-time use only effect. So let's get rid of Cabal Ritual. What was your objective again? What, with the Dex period or with Rev? With Rev, I'm trying to play a bunch of cheap creatures to hit our opponents so that Rev can trigger and generate us treasures and exile cards off the top of their deck that we can cast. All right, let's get rid of Mind Blade Render, and this is when things go to the graveyard for any reason, right? That's fine. Skull Clamp, we're definitely going to want that. Then we've got all of our Disruptor cards, like all of our protection cards. All right, Trinisphere. Trinisphere directly competes with our ability to use Bolas's Citadel. It also competes with our ability to potentially cast multiple cheap cards in a turn. I'm not convinced that that alone is reason enough not to run it, but I feel like we probably shouldn't. And then Torpor Orb, I think probably the only card that's going to care about this is Bowmasters, which doesn't really matter, and then there's a Cursed Marauder, which also doesn't matter too much. We don't even necessarily need to play a Cursed Marauder, actually. What was your objective with preventing damage? It was so that we can run cards like Plague Rats, or not Plague Rats, Crypt Rats. So Crypt Rats, hypothetically, if there was a way to prevent all the damage to our creatures, we could go Crypt Rats, activate, or we could go attack, give Death Touch to Crypt Rats, then activate it for 1, kill everything in play except for our own creatures. But it doesn't look like there's any option of doing that in mono black. Dolmen Gate only applies to combat damage, and then there's just nothing else in mono black that prevents damage to... Wait, actually, wasn't there... I think I overlooked that orb card, right? Orb Warding? Creature would deal damage to you. Okay, no. Never mind. There's no way of doing it. Let's see. We have way too much ramp, so... Get rid of Milliken. Let's get rid of... Hedron Crawler. The fact that it can't actually hit our opponent means that it's just worse than playing a rock, so get rid of that. Ornithopter at least produces black mana. Ledmer, 22 is still pretty high. If I cut all the colorless ones, or just the worst ones, we cut Fractured, Prismatic Lens, and Ironcrag, and then we're down to 19. We can probably cut most of these. So let's cut Fractured, Ironcrag, not Mindstone, or actually Torque is basically useless in this deck. I don't know, it depends on how low we want to go. That might be okay, or we might want to go down to 18 or potentially as low as 16. all the remaining colorless ones would be Chalice, Fork, Mindstone, Lens, and Thaw Vessel, I guess. I think that's too low if I cut all 5. Cut, now, I'll cut more stuff from here later if I actually want to do that. All right, so we're playing Necrodominance and Gix, which compete with Chains. I think that's okay. Don't necessarily need Dauthi, but Dauthi is actually evasive creatures, and that works well with our commander, so we're going to keep that. Torpor Orb and Winter Moon, those are good. Keeping all my protection, and probably want to keep Lightning Greaves. All right, the easiest combo to have in this deck is just going to be the top Reservoir Bolas Citadel combo. We're already playing Citadel, and top is decent enough on its own. So it's just an easy 2 cards that you can slot into any mono black deck that will basically just function. All right, and then let's add in the package of evasive cheap creatures. So that's going to give us a lot of things. I specifically want to get rid of the ones that have 0 power. So let's get rid of Signal Pest, Will-o'-the-Wisp, Vampire Bats, Roterothopter, Pit Imp, and Battleflies. Is that all of them? I think all the rest have 1 power. Yeah. That adds all the 1 mana ones. Now, I don't think there's anything actually worth it at 2 mana other than Dauthi. That should be fine. What does that leave us with if I refresh the page? We're at a total of 105. I don't feel like I'm missing anything important here. Maybe a way of getting other creatures in. Now we got plenty of these. Oh, it added Chronomancer. Hang on. I gotta get rid of that. Were there any other creatures added that I'm not aware of? Deep Cavern's fine, and Right Sail's fine, because they're evasion creatures that also disrupt our opponents. Okay, that's all good. So we're at 104, we need to cut 4 cards. We probably have too much removal. Like, we probably don't need this much. So if I'm going to cut anything here, it's going to be a Cursed Marauder, because it doesn't work while Torpor Orb's in play. So we can switch those around. So get rid of a Cursed Marauder. Then, kind of like all the rest of them, maybe Snuff Out / Vendetta can go. All right, let's get rid of Vendetta. And what else? Do I want Lotus Petal in here? Get Rev Out faster? Possibly not. I think the ones that generate a bunch of mana are better than Lotus Petal. Get rid of Petal. And then all the evasion guys stay in the deck. And the card draw probably stays in the deck, as does... we can get rid of a ramp spell. That's an easy cut. I don't want to get rid of any of this protection. All right, let's get rid of a ramp spell. What's our worst ramp spell? I think it's Lens. Let's cut Lens. All right, so we are at 100. So the basic game plan of this deck is going to be play a bunch of evasion creatures and then get Rev Out. And then you use those evasion creatures to hit all of our opponents so that we generate 3 treasures and 3 exile off the top of the opponent's deck cards. And we can either win by... So we've got like some stacks. We've got some other card draw that doesn't depend on our commander, like Gix and the Necros. And then basically we're going to just either... keep going until we eventually assemble the Citadel Reservoir top combo, or it depends on what we exile off the top of our opponent's decks, but we can hypothetically win with any bombs or whatever that we do from that side of the board as well. And then there is also a little synergy here with Rev and Walking Ballista, where if we play a big enough Walking Ballista, we can then attack with it, and Rev can give it Death Touch in combat, and then we can ping stuff off. Although, that's a lot of mana. What does Ballista combo with that isn't, that's in mono black? Does it Combos with Mikaeus, right? Because you remove the last counter, it undies back into play. You remove the last counter, it undies back into play. That feels like another easy enough combo to slot into the deck. Because we only need to add one more card. And then we can just cut one other thing. What's our second worst ramp? Is it Torque or Chalice? The fact that we can turn things into artifacts, sometimes that matters in like red, for example, because they have shatter effects. It doesn't matter in our deck, but it can matter politically. Like if somebody else has an artifact destruction spell and you can be like, hey, let's team up and get rid of, you know, that threat on the board, that's a problem. Chalice has the upside of you can multi-kick it and it can potentially tap for more than just one. And then Thought Vessel has the upside of no max hand size, although that's really only relevant in a few cases, right? Because this exiles Necropotent. Relevant for Necro, not Necro Dominance, I guess? So if you have Necro Dominance and Thought Vessel, I guess it timestamps the order. So if you play Thought Vessel afterwards, that should expand your hand size to infinity again. I believe that's how that works. And it also functions with the One Ring. So it's like 1, 2, and then Gix. So 1, 2, 3 plus Skull Clamp. So 4 cards in the deck that Thought Vessel cares about, and it cares about them pretty well. All right, let's get rid of Torque. So yeah, Chains, or actually, Chains counteracts Gix, Dominance, Clamp, Ring. However, it's also incredibly detrimental to our opponents, and we have multiple ways of drawing cards that aren't those. Most especially our commander, which doesn't actually draw the cards. So I think I still like Chains. First Totem, does that actually interfere with anything? It interferes with Ballista, but that's fine. And then every other creature it's fine with. It interferes with us activating Dauthi Voidwalker, which I'm also okay with that conflict. And Grim Hireling technically has an ability to sack treasures to give stuff -X. That's also... Oh, no, we have creature ramp spells, right. Okay, then we can't do it. Oh, yeah, so let's get rid of Cursed Totem, and then... What did I just cut? It was Torque, right? All right, let's put Torque back in the deck. Liquid Metal Torque. All right, let's do some play testing. So it's always worth it just to see, like, how's your curve. If I have a hand that has the One Ring in it, I just restart because it's not indicative of how the deck is going to function normally. All right, this hand is not great, but we do at least have lands plus ramp into our command. So, turn 1 draw, so we go Swamp, tap, play Eye Witch. Next turn, play this tap, cast Leadenmer. Then we play this, and we go tap, cast our commander, swing with Eye Witch, we get a treasure, and whatever we exile off the top of the opponent. Treasure. Obviously, I don't know what we would exile off the top of our opponent, so I can't really do anything based on that. Does this let you play lands? You may cast the card, so no, it does not let you play lands. And then at this point, it would be very, very dependent on what we're actually hitting off our opponent. Shizo can help stuff attack through, and we can play Felwar Stone. Tap. Chalice is for 2. Make another treasure. Next turn, yeah, we're just kind of flooding here. Another thing I realized is maybe I want Bitter Blossom in this deck. Because all of these guys are just one creature, whereas I actually really want multiple. The only problem with Bitter Blossom is it's slow, and it also conflicts with other things that require life payments, like Bolas' Citadel and Gix and Necros. And it's 2 mana, so it's awkward on the curve when you want to play your mono. But that's probably okay. Bitter Blossom. Let's go back and get rid of Torque. That reminds me, what about tokens with flying, right? Token with flying. ID black. Mana value is Fearless. token with flying. Let's further refine this into, actually, you know what? No, that's fine. We have 23 results. We're going to get through that pretty fast. Yeah, there's Bitter Blossom and nothing. Technically Retrofitter Foundry, but it costs more mana than I'd like to pay. Create a 2/1 with flying, but this is 3 mana. The Raven Man, we don't have discard effects, so that's not applicable. What about token with shadow? Okay, how about can't be blocked? How about fear? Nope. All right. Yep. That's pretty much it then. All right. Play testing. All right. So turn one. Oh, so draw. Turn one land. Tap. Play. Dream Thief. Surveil the top card. That's fine. We can bin that. Next. Land. Tap. Tap. Cast. Ornithopter of Paradise. One problem I'm seeing is the awkward curve of you've got turn one a guy, turn two a ramp spell, turn three you play your commander, but you're still only hitting with one guy. Play this. I guess one of the things we could do here, now that I've got multiple of these, I can go Deep Cavern Bat, exile something, plus Changeling Outcast, and then next turn do it. So land, fetch, go grab a swamp. And then we can go tap, 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 play commander, and then we can swing, 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 make 3 treasures, and spend 2 of those to play chains. And now we're in a position where, assuming Rev doesn't die, we're generating 3 treasures a turn and drawing 3 cards a turn, and our opponents can't draw. That seems pretty solid to me. Start. I would play Saga on turn 1 except for Nightshade Stinger, so draw. Oh. Well, that changes that. Okay, so Saga, Chrome Mox. Actually, I guess I'm going to play the Disruptors, right? So yeah, that thing. And then tap, tap, play one of these guys, pointed at the blue player to take their counter spell or whatever. Turn 2, this is on 2 counters. Tap, tap, play Deep Cavern Bat. And then turn 3, this dies. So we float the mana, goes to the graveyard. And then rather than grab Sol Ring, because I've actually got a bunch of lands here, let's grab Skull Clamp. Then we have floating mana, we play this, we tap for our commander. Hopefully no one would have any answer for this because we just took 2 cards out of people's hands. Then we swing, swing, make 2 treasure tokens, exile 2 things, whatever those things are. Then take our next turn. All right, play another swamp. Play Mire and Misery to edict the board, and then swing, swing. And we could probably attack somebody with Rev to make another treasure. So 3 total treasures, and then 3 exiles. And again, it entirely depends on what we hit, but that seems pretty solid. Let's do one more restart. Okay, this is keepable. So draw, go, swamp, Chrome Mox, exiling the bat. And then let's just make sure we've got more ramp outs. Then Thought Vessel, and then Divining Top. And then I would probably top on upkeep, I think, in this position. So upkeep, top. Oof. We can go Dark Ritual Commander, or we can play Mer-Convert, or Hope plus Disruption, and then Dark Ritual next turn. All right, so let's go this on top, this there, then Dark Ritual, then Hope of Ghirapur. Then we draw the Hope. Then we can go Hope of Ghirapur plus Duress someone. Then next turn we draw, and then we can go Dark Ritual, also Thoughtseize somebody, and then cast our commander unimpeded, and then we can swing with Hope and generate a treasure token. Then it's our next turn. I don't really want to draw Merconvert, so top. Sure, let's grab Opposition Agent and Torpor Orb. So here, no, we need to play Blitter Blossom this time, right? So then Opposition Agent and then Torpor Orb. And then we draw the Torpor Orb, then we go swing, make another treasure, and then we can go Torpor plus Bitter Blossom. It's situations like this that I really don't like Bitter Blossom, right? Because it's like we just play this and now we've got to wait a turn to get the token, and the token still can't attack, and then we got to wait another turn. Yeah. It's kind of only good when you're like immediately casting it on curve. Yeah, let's just revise this. Bitter Blossom out, Liquid Metal back in. Otherwise, deck seems pretty solid to me. Tumbleweed GIF? Indeed. So, I think that's good on the rev count. So let's post that into the chat. Here is the rev deck. Here's their link. All right, so we've got another 5. Let's spin again. Urska. All right. Not legal at the moment. Urska. Okay, so Urska is a 3-mana green creature, and it says whenever it attacks, make a food token, and whenever you gain life, you may pay green-white hybrid. When you do, target creature gets +X until end of turn, where X is the amount of life you gained. So I'm reading this as a Voltron stacks deck where you play life gain effects in order to make Urska really big. That's my sense of it. So let's add the starter kit. Let's add the 2 mana base. Let's add protection for our commander. Let's add some ramp. Let's add stacks cards. And then refresh so this all slides to the correct spot. Okay. Now, I don't think I want Mana Vault, and let's clean up the lands. So we can't play 3 fetches, which are Polluted Delta, Arn, and red and white. Arid Maze. Or no, not red and white, red and black. Bloodstained Mire. 34 lands. Let's clean this up further. We're probably not going to be a Shifting Woodland deck, and then let's get rid of Disciple of Freyalise, because the only creature, I mean, I guess we're giving target creature +X. It doesn't specifically have to be our commander. Oh, and Urborg, get Urborg out of here. We're at 32, we can cut Reflecting Pool. Depends on what stacks we're playing. We're probably not playing Taxing Effects, though. All right, we'll figure that out later. Get rid of Explore, get rid of basically all the rocks. This. Bloom Tender usually doesn't work as well as people think it does, especially if our commander isn't actually 2 colors. Galleon, Chalice, Exploration, Fabor Elder. If we're not playing Bloom Tender, we're definitely not playing that. Fnatic. I mean, this kind of can tap for 4, because we're going to pump this. Get rid of Farseek, Felwar, Fractured Power Stone, Goldmer, Hedron Caller, Jet Medallion, Hilda. This deck is not a land tax deck. Liquid Metal Torque, Monakin, Marble Diamond, Milliken, Mindstone. Amber is fine because our commander's 3 mana. Opal, we're not going to have the artifact counts. Merconvert, Nature's Lore, Ornithopter, Palladium Mer, Pearl Medallion, Plague Mer, Prismatic Lens, Ruby Medallion, Sapphire Medallion, Selesnya Signet, Smothering Tides, Somberwald Sage, Talisman, Iron Crag, Thought Vessel, 3 visits, Worn Power Stone. All right, we're at 19. That looks reasonable. The fact that I want a big burst of life gain tells me that probably most of that is going to be spells, which immediately tells me that we can't afford to run the taxers. So Glow Rider, Thorn, Thalia, and Vryn are all out, as is Trinisphere. Definitely not going to be an orb deck, and we're not a monocolor deck, so Winter Moon's out. Then I don't particularly want Linvala either, or Elesh Norn. I don't know if we're going to play Rule of Laws. Probably not. Now let's just get rid of all the Rule of Laws and Armageddon. So, and we can't play Leonin Arbiter in our fetch land deck. Spirit of the Labyrinth? Probably not either. Rule of Law, Ravages, Phyrexian Center, Canonist, Eidolon, Deafening Silence. I don't want Dismantler. I definitely can't run Cursed Totem. Tabernacle is obviously gone too, and then that leaves basically the Null Rod cards and the Torpor Orb cards. I don't think we need Boromir. Let's get rid of Reprieve. I don't think we need Boromir or Selfless Spirit if that's in here. Where's our protection? Yeah, okay. We don't need Silence or Xantid? Xantid's actually okay, because I like the fact that I can pump something a whole bunch. We're probably just pumping Hurska, though. Steely Resolve, named Bear. Well, we can't run Steely Resolve because we need to target stuff. So giving our guy Shroud doesn't work. And then we don't need Guy's Herald, City, or Dosen. Lightning Greaves is also kind of awkward with the Shroud, although we can move it around. But I don't particularly need haste on my guy either, so let's get rid of that. Okay, and what does that leave us with? Oh, we don't need Devoted Druid. Yeah, okay. And then the Torpor Orbs are mainly just going to be based on... because Orin and Skyclave can go, and then Fragmentine. Green. Sort of... Stroke can maybe stay. I doubt we're going to be drawing enough cards to where Force of Vigor is something that I want to cast either, so let's get rid of that. Okay. So now I would say this is the basic skeleton of the deck, and then we'll refine this more, but I mainly just want to go find the gain life cards that are good with Hurska. I know, so let's see if I can get some of them offhand. So there's Tamiyo's Safekeeping as a protection spell that also doubles as life gain. So let's say our opponent tries to kill Hurska, and then we can go, bam, Tamiyo's it, and gain 2. Although I doubt that's going to be useful that much of the time. I also don't really want to sack my lands off of Sylvan Safekeeper. And Defense Grid is problematic when you make opponents unable to counter each other. And we already have all this stuff in here to protect what we're doing anyway, so that's fine. And then if opponents want to interact on our turn, that's probably okay. Let's get rid of this. All right, there's what? Feed the Clan. Gain 10 life instead if you control a creature's power 4 greater. So we have to already have pumped it. Although 2 for 5 might be good enough. Life gain. That. I probably don't want all the Soul Wardens, so I understand that they are kind of free in the sense that we can just play creatures to trigger them, although we have to cast the creature, so we do have to pay for that. But the 1 life at a time is probably not going to be enough as far as I can tell. There's life goes on. The 1 for 4. Or 8, but probably 4. That's mainly the baseline, right? What does Fortifying Draught do exactly? Gain 2 life. Target creature gets +X, where X is the amount of life you gain. So this is only better than another pump spell if we already cast a second pump spell, basically. I will not have that one. There's also Serra Ascendant, but anything with lifelink, the problem is that we have to have already hit our opponent. But yeah, that doesn't work either. All right, I know I have another deck that's based on life gain, but I don't remember what it is. What is that deck? I guess the deck would probably have life goes on in it, right? So for that. Life goes on. It's Shanna. That's the other deck. All right, yeah. Let's compare to Shanna, and then we can find all the best life gain stuff that I already have in that deck. Fruition. For each forest you and your opponents have in play, you gain 1. Okay, yeah. So that's good when you have Yavimaya. There's that one. I don't want to just gain 1 life on my upkeep. Heliod is... Yeah, lifelink is the problem. Shanna triggers on end step, so that's why some of these cards are not going to be applicable. Blossoming Calm is... So Shanna draws cards, and like drawing 2 cards is still good. Getting +2 is not really that good. Healer of the Glades 3. I think our baseline is going to be 1 mana equals at least 4 life gain. First Break. Yeah, there's these ones too. These like incidental life gaining, but 2 life is pretty mediocre. 3 life's also not that great either. I guess I would run Sanctify. Alright, so let's add Sanctify. And then... Divine Offering, you gain life equal to its mana value. That's probably going to be 2 most of the time. Sunbeam for 5, although it's 2 for 5, but we can at least... Each Garden Oath, you gain 2 for each creature you control. So even just 2 creatures is 4 mana, so that's... Lucky Offering is 1 for 3, and we get to destroy something, so sure. Oh, Haywire Might, yeah, that one's good too. Soulmender's a no. Festival of Broken is another Peach Garden. Ivory Tower is upkeep, gain the X, where X is the number of cards in your hand -4, so we gain up to 4, but also potentially nothing, depending on how big our hand is. One mana, gain 5, obviously that's good, and Light of Hope is good. Oh, sorry, no. Ivory Tower works the reverse of how I said it. So it's 3 maximum, right? Or I guess more if you somehow have more cards in your hand on your upkeep, but it's 3 maximum. And we have to have a full hand to do it. Yeah. And then there's this one, which is Landfall. You have to trigger that a bunch of times, and then you gain 8. That's fine, too. I especially like the fact that we don't have to pay for it the turn that we gain the life. Is that all of them? I mean, that is a lot. I guess mainly the thing I would be looking for is life gain where we don't have to actually cast the card that turn. And also another problem is that this life gain doesn't translate into card draw. So sure, you know, we cast the thing and then we pump Hurska and attack, but we're not pumping Hurska to a point where Hurska would be like a one-shot kill, right? Like, you know, if let's say we give it like +5, +6, we're still only doing, you know, 8 to 9 damage. We still need, that's not even, you know, half the amount, right? If it was like half the amount, if it was +8, so that we dealt 11, and then we could kill the next turn off of commander damage, that'd be one thing. The only one that gives +8 is Sunspring Expedition, and then potentially the ones that care about a number of things that you have. Nature's Claim gains life. We can potentially shoot it at our own stuff, but we're probably not going to want to do that. What you building? I'm building Hurska Sweet Tooth. So we have to gain life so that we can pump our, presumably, commander. Although, hypothetically, we could pump something else, but... I guess I should also look for that, right? I should look for creatures where they do something based on their power. So there are lots of cards that draw cards based on a creature's power, usually by sacking them. Let's add card draw back, and then let's eliminate most of this. So, yeah, Archivist, Augur, Beast Whisperer, Caretakers. Most of the white ones are probably going. Enduring, Mangara, Mentor, Mystic, Oran, Toski, Welcoming, Azia. There's Trouble in Pairs, and Sixth Sense, and Keen Sense. And then there's all the one, and Sandstone Oracle. And then there's all the ones... Man, I get rid of that. Great Henge. Then there's all the ones, Guardian Project. There's all the ones that care about like sacking the creature, and because we don't have to actually target our commander, we can target anything. You have to take into account you've got to pay for the life gain spell, and you also have to pay for Hurska's ability. So at minimum, you're paying 2 mana. How much mana are you going to have after that is like the bigger issue. So probably Last March and Rishkars are not applicable here. And then all the other ones are dubious, but they're at least like more of what we're trying to do. So let's see. Let's look for creatures that do something based on their power, right? Where they either like, you know, probably things that are like when this deals damage, combat damage to an opponent, do something equal to its power. This is probably gonna give me too many results, right? At 395, how do we whittle that down? Either says equal or its power. Or greatest power. Something like that. All right, we've whittled it down to 176, which is still a lot, but something. It also probably needs to not be incredibly expensive, right? So let's say no more than 5. All right, 138 we've whittled it down to. Enters with X counters on it, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control on creature cards. What if I say whenever or at the... We make it a trigger, right? Like whenever or at the beginning of the end, because it has to be after we already pumped it. So it can't trigger on upkeep because that's not going to work. We probably have some instant speed life gain, but realistically, it probably needs to be the end step. All right, 38 results. So what do we have? When it enters the battlefield, that's not applicable. Yeah, not really finding a lot of the stuff I wanted. It's plus X, where X is the greatest power and or toughness among other creatures you control. Whenever Giggling Spittersky attacks, blocks, or becomes the target of a spell, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. So we could pump this thing and attack and deal a massive amount of damage. That's something. Fight guy. But that's basically it, right? Selvala, as you're pumping stuff, so we can add a bunch of mana. I guess like any of the creatures that say you add mana based on the power can all work. So Selvala's like big one, but there's a whole bunch of them that do that. How would I find all the Selvala creatures? So it would be... Has to be a creature, has to say power, and it has to say equal and add. And every single one of them has the tap symbol in it as well, so all of those elements. And let's limit it to 3 mana at maximum. Okay, I know there's more than this. Marwyn, Viridian Joiner. I guess my search result is taking out of the equation Clear Cutter Golem, because it has prototype, and then there's Karametra's Acolyte. Well, no, that's devotion, not power. I know there's more than just these two, right? It's this one, Selvala. I could have sworn there was another one. I guess Marwyn. I don't know if I want more than that, though. Is that Selvala, Marwyn, and then we're probably fine. All right, we're gaining a lot of life, and we're also pumping something really big. So what about... What if I compare to Selvala and I just, you know, what's in the Selvala deck? I'm sure there's things in the Selvala deck that care about power aside from just Selvala. Maybe not. Alright, well... This is 1 for 5, this is 2 for 5. Probably we won't have had a creature die, which means that I'm not interested in paying this amount of mana, so let's do that. Festival of Trokin is probably going to be 4 minimum, right? You're going to have Hurska and you're going to have some Monodork. So at minimum, it's 1 for 4, and then any more creatures beyond that are even bigger. And Fruition is based on the number of forests in play, so this one entirely depends on do you have Yavimaya Cradle of Growth in play. But if you do, then this is 1 mana for like, by then it'd be turn 4. So assuming everyone's hit their land drops, you're getting plus 16. Life Goes On is 1 for 4. Light of Hope's 1 for 4. That can also blow up enchantments. Lucky Offering is only 1 for 3, but you blow something up. Sanctifies 2 for 3, but you also blow something up. Sunbeam is technically 2 for 5, but you can also fetch this off of Urza Saga, I guess. Or, you know, you can spend the mana over multiple turns instead of having to spend it on the same. And Sunspring requires landfall, but plus 8 for 1. And Peach Garden Oath is exactly the same. Festival of Broken. Those are all fine. What else is there? There's Martyr of Sands, but that requires we have a bunch of white cards in our hand. What about X Life? And let's make sure the card doesn't cost more than 3, let's say. Yeah, I don't want anything where I have to pay X for it. Where's this? Gain X, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. So this is another one that only applies after we've already gained life. Ivory Tower, yeah, we already looked at that one. Martyr of Sands, mentioned that one. Molder, target artifact or enchantment with value X, gain X. Yeah, so none of the X's. All right, well, that's that. I think we can cut Stroke of Midnight because we've got more removal now that can hit multiple different things. And then Selvala, Mar. Two lands. It looks like we're really not going to go much of the stacks route here. How many actual ETBs do we have, right? Oh, this is down. I'm looking to see, do we want to cut the ETB card? Oh, we can definitely cut Strict Proctor. But aside from the other ones, and I don't want to play that many, so let's get rid of Honor Guard. And then the question is, do we want to play them at all in the first place? So the creatures that they interfere with are... This is not one, right? Yeah, so it interferes with Witch Hunter. And Selvala does have a trigger that relates to big creatures entering the battlefield, although that basically doesn't apply to us. So... just those two. All right, so it's probably worth it to play the anti-ETB cards. And then the anti-artifact stuff, so Collector of Null Rod Stony and Kataki. So I don't think we need that many, so let's get rid of Null Rod. And then it mainly applies to, we have Skrelv, Ring, Skull Clamp, and Giggling Skitter Spike, although the anti-activations are not too relevant in this one, and it obviously applies to Chrome Mox, Amber, Diamond, and Soul Ring. I think we can run them. And then we have Aven Mind Sensor. That's fine too. All right, let's question Tamiyo's safekeeping. So hypothetically, what happens? We don't cast this pre-combat, right? Our opponents have no reason to try to blow our stuff up before that. So we go to combat. Any life that we gained, we already triggered our guy. And then the opponent tries to shoot our thing, and then we cast Tamiyo. So yeah, it's not worth it. Because it doesn't actually work the way we want it to. It's basically just 1 mana. The life gain on it is essentially irrelevant. I guess it's technically not irrelevant in the sense that like we could cast it just to gain the 2 life. But that sounds so bad. Whenever you gain life, you may pay blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I want to gain the most amount of life for the least amount of mana, and I don't want it to be in multiple instances because I only want to pay the hybrid green-white once. I don't want to have to keep paying it on different triggers. Well, does EDH Rec have anything for this card yet? Indeed it does. You gain life, distribute up to that many +1 counters among any number of other target creatures. That is actually relevant. So assuming we're gaining enough life, this is a pretty big beat card. Lathiel. Night of Sweet's Revenge. This one's just food. I don't want to just do food. If you gain life, put a counter on a guy. No. Yeah, just make a food token. Although the foods cost less. We're paying, so 4 mana to get 3 life is our upfront cost. That's probably not worth it. Samwise could be worth it. 2 mana and then foods, and then we pay 2 to sack the food. That's, I think I still don't want to do that. We would make tokens. I don't think we're making tokens. If you gain life, you gain twice that life. Trying to Voltron kill our opponent with our commander. This is probably something we want. Rocks, Faithmender. Best life gain commanders always had a soft spot for them. The best one's probably Shauna. Because Shauna is 3 colors and you draw cards. All right, swords, yeah, okay, that's fine. What is Treebeard? He's more food-related stuff, right? Yeah, there's Gilded Goose. I'm not going to play. I don't think foods are efficient enough for me to want them. But I'm not going to pick things just because they're food-related. Ocelot Pride. Yeah, anything that also triggers after combat's already been dealt is essentially irrelevant. Blossoming Bog Beast. That's one we want. Blossoming Bog Beast. I'm at 32 lands. Let's get rid of Reflecting Pool. Carry White, foods. Whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on each creature you control. There's the one that's like this, but it's 6 mana, and it only triggers once, but it's per the amount of life you gained. Nykthos Paragon, that's the one. Although it is expensive, but perfect for what we're trying to do. Then we got food. If you gain life, gain 1 more. No, don't care about that. Toughness. Just straight up win the game. I think we don't need this. So, I mean, sure. Felidar, Sovereign. We could also play Test of Endurance. Cheaper, but it does require we have more life. But I don't know. How much life are we going to gain in this deck, realistically? Not sure. Whenever you sack a food, no, not doing foods. All right, moving past the foods. On end step, if you gain 5 or more life, create a 4/4 angel. We actually can't guarantee that we're going to gain 5 life a turn. In fact, we're more likely to hit 4, if anything. So not that one. At the beginning of each end step, if you gain life, create a 5/5. Okay, but... Archivist of Ogma, because we hypothetically gain life. We're mostly going to gain life on opponent's turn, so the pump doesn't matter. Hero, Essence Channeler. All right, then we got these instants. Revitalize because you draw a card. Meh. There's Light of Hope. Oh, Rest for the Wary. Forgot about that one. Rest for the Wary. Life gain. Choose a creature, you gain life equal to its power plus its toughness. So the problem with this one is it's another one where it depends on we already cast a life gain spell and pumped something, and now we're casting this and pumping again, which means we have to have a minimum of life gain spell, trigger, this thing, trigger. So we have to have 6 mana and have another life gain spell for this. Maneuver, no. Okay, sorceries. Ignoring the food stuff. Sanctify, we have that already. Food related, Well of Lost Dream. Lifelink. I think the big one is how do I actually force Hurska through to hit our opponents? Probably Shadow Spear is like the best way of doing that. Or Rancor. But Shadow Spears, you get it off Urza Saga. Although it also competes with our Null Rod effects. Yeah, you know what? Instead of that one, should it just be Rancor? This is a Griff's Boon. Griff's Boon's just straight up flying. Where the heck did it go? I doubted it. Stacks, ramp, life gain, lands, combo, beat down, card draw. Where is it? Griff Spoon. There it is. Why is this in beat down? Be in evasion. Do I want this one, or do I just want one of the ones that's 2 mana that draws you a card? I probably want a cantrip. So, what is the one? I don't remember what it's called. Mana value 2, it's white, it says flying, it says draw, it's an aura. Feather of Flight, that's the one. And then screw it, let's just add Shadow. Like, it's too cool. Alright, what else we got? Boon Reflection, Light of Promise. Whenever you gain life, put that many +1 counters on this creature. I don't like the fact that this is an aura. It's an expensive aura at 3 mana that if your creature dies, then you just lose this forever. That's why I don't like it. Whenever this creature and also you need the life gain on top of whatever else you're doing. Gain life, pay 2, no. Well rested. Whenever this creature becomes untapped, absolutely not. There's Test of Endurance, which does, I suppose, make sense. Test of Endurance. I don't know what we're cutting for all this. Anointed Food Coma. When it enters, exile target creature and opponent controls until it leaves, create a food. Okay. Whenever you, at the beginning of your end step, if you gained 3 or more life this turn, create a 2/2 Griffin. Not worth it. Fire. Yeah, okay, so here we're at the lands. Twitch's Clinic. We didn't life gain, or life link is irrelevant. All right, so that's fine. So we're good there. So the main thing now is we're 10 over, right? No, we're 5 over. What goes? And then we can cut Nature's Claim, because we've got a number of things that are blowing up artifacts and enchantments. Then from protection, so we've got anti-counter, 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 and interacting period. And then we've got anti-removal, anti-removal, anti-removal. Guardian Augmenter is also anti-removal. Hutzel is another Grand Abolisher, but we also can draw cards off of it, and Veil. All right, I think those are all fine. Then there's our win cons over here. Feather of Flight, which I'm still not sure if that's actually the best one to have or not. Actually, the best one to have would be an equipment that auto attaches to our guy. So that would be the Maul the Skyclaves, but that one's 3. That. What about I also don't remember what this one's called. It's from the Assassin's Creed set, I believe. It's an equipment. I think it's called like Smoke Shroud. Okay. Silver Shroud is what it's called. Silver Shroud costume. ETB attaches to a creature. The creature gains Shroud and it can't be blocked. Although you can't Saga this into play. That's the problem. I like the fact that getting Shroud. I guess you can set as flash. You can do it afterwards. All right, let's get rid of this. Keep Shadow Spear and do Silver Shroud costume. Yeah, this isn't really beat down so much as it is. I don't know. Does Trample count as beat down or evasion? Whatever. Okay, so we've got Lathiel, Bog Beast, Nykthos, Paragon. Those are all fine. What about our card draw? So we've got Disciple, that's taking up a land slot. That's fine. Then we've got Garruk, Greater Good, Life's Legacy, Momentous Fall. It's fine if we sack the creature because we can just pump any random creature. It doesn't matter. Turn to the Wild Speaker. This one's kind of expensive. Garruk's also expensive, but at least we can have just Garruk in play. This one we can't. So let's get rid of Return. And then Season of Gathering has multiple other things that it does, although it is also expensive on 6. Get rid of that one. And then what about just our stacks in general, right? We've got Torpor. I don't think I need Torpor on top of Hushbringer and Doorkeeper. It's also an artifact, which means if we have this in play and Kataki in play, they negatively interact. All this life gain. So let's say, hypothetically, I gain life, I put all the power onto Marwyn, and now I've got a bunch of green. And then I use that green to sack Marwyn to draw cards. I guess we'll see when we play test it. Oh, Haywire Might doesn't actually work that well under Stony and whatnot, does it? It's still something I probably want in the deck, though. We have 20 ramp spells. Can we get rid of any of them? Maybe. Life gain's the same. I'm on the lookout more for these things that are like potentially iffy cards. So I'm iffy on like Felidar and Test of Endurance, and specifically on having both of them. I'm iffy on Faithmender. I'm iffy on, for the life gain, Rest for the Wary and Sunbeam Spellbomb, I think, are probably the most dubious ones of them. I don't know how good Fanatic of Ronus is going to be, or Marwyn, or Selvala. I also don't know if Amber is relevant. We potentially also don't need, like, all 3 Oof, Stony, and Kataki. Maybe we can cut Kataki. Or maybe we just have too many artifacts that this matters for, and we should just cut them, period. And then we have 31 lands. I'm not going to go lower than that, probably. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not going lower than that. Protection, maybe Guardian Augmenter. Because we've got the 3 moms. And there's removal. So we've got Swords and Kenrith for creatures. And then we've got Sanctify, Lucky Offering, and Light of Hope and Haywire for artifact / enchantment, plus Witch Enchanter and Besiege. That's probably fine too. Get rid of Amber. All right, so let's play test this. I specifically want to play test this mostly just to figure out how it's curved. All right, this hand's okay. Obviously needs mana. So draw for turn, and we go land, tap, cast Skrelv. Next turn, land. Go grab Savannah. And then we actually don't have anything to do. Boy, is that awkward. Well, we just bricked on mana here. So, okay, let's try again. All right, that's also not great, but we have mana this time. So turn 1, so draw. Okay, that changed. Temple Garden, tap, Arbor Elf. And Chrome Mox is probably more worthwhile than having this random life gain here. So let's Chrome Mox and imprint Rest for the Wary. Then we can untap and we can immediately... Oh, I would have cast Shadowspear off of that. So then we can untap and we can go 1, 2, 3, play Urska. And let's get Sagan to play, I guess. All right, well, now we're just drawing only land. So our... Shadowspear this. Make a Construct. Next turn, this goes off. Our draws have been pretty bad. Holy crap. All right. Tap this, tap this, tap this. Make another Construct. This dies. Go grab probably Skull Clamp. Tap, untap this. And then Clamp Arbor Elf so we can actually get some cards. Wow. Ferocious. Tap, tap. Giver. Boreal. Our opponents somehow have not won the game or had an answer to Herska by this point. Actually, you know what? Am I even going to cast Giver? Yeah, that's fine. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 artifacts. So these Constructs at least do something. Next turn. Tap, Clamp, Boreal Druid. Draw, draw. Yeah, this has been just... looks horrible. Is this just a randomly terrible game, or is this indicative of the deck in general? All right, turn 1. So Gemstone Caverns enters, and then I think it's probably correct to get rid of the life gain stuff, like in a vacuum. So then we draw for our turn 1. We go tap, play this, and put Wild Growth on here. Then untap, we still didn't hit a land, so we're going to play, we've got 2 mana. We can go Arbor Elf, Clamp, pass the turn. Still didn't hit a land. All right, well, Arbor Elf can't actually tap for mana because this is not a forest, so add green and green? Yeah, green and green. Clamp this, draw, draw. Jesus. Chrome Mox. This one. It's turn 3 by this point. Let's just play Doorkeeper to slow our opponents down. Untap. So 3 mana total. Delighted Halfling plus Giver. Yeah, we're just losing this hard at this point. Restart. Again. We have enough rampant lands. Like, I don't understand why these hands are like this. Start again. Jesus. We have 31, right? Yeah, 31 lands plus 19 ramp spells. Okay, stick with this. Doing a lot of nothing, yeah. All right, draw for turn, Razor Verge, tap, play Boreal, next turn. Fetch, go grab Savannah. So tap Wild Growth this land, tap this land, play and this. Then we float a green mana, cast Kataki, and we can't do anything with that green mana, so that's fine. All right, so Kataki slows down the progression of opposing mana rocks. Then we go fetch Temple Garden, and 1, 2, 3, play Hurska. If they try to counter this, which I can't imagine anyone would, but let's say they try to counter it, we can Veil. Then we also have Sunbeam Spellbomb. So upkeep, Kataki trigger on the Sunbeam Spellbomb, so let's just sack it to gain 5. And then we gotta pay the mana for Hurska. So Hurska gives itself +5. Then we draw. Fetch, go grab Plains. So this is +5, and then, I mean, this can't get through though right now, right? So a player would have to be completely open. What would we even do here then? Because we got Fruition, which we don't have Yavimaya, so this doesn't really do much right now. I guess we attack and someone just chump blocks this. And then we play 1, 2, 3. This guy. So then upkeep, we have to pay for it. Let's pay for it with Boreal. All right, Mom. Now we can give it protection, I guess. Actually, I would have just Enlightened Tutored for the 1 ring. Let's just... Did you answer my previous question? I might have missed it. Sorry. The best life gain commanders? I said it was probably Shanna Purifying Blade. All right, here's actual, like, a good start. Let's do this one. So turn 1 draw, and then go fetch Savannah. Tap, play Avacyn's Pilgrim. Next turn. So fetch. Temple Garden. Tap, put Utopia Sprawl on here, name a color, I don't care. Tap this. And play Kataki. And then this is really awkward to have Haywire Might here, but it would depend on if there's something to hit. I think I probably wouldn't play it. So then this one, fetch this, go grab a forest. And our commander is 3, so we go 1, 2, 3. Play Hurska. We don't really have much else to do, but just play Drannith, I guess. All right. Tap, crop rotation, eat this, grab Gaia's Cradle. So 4. We don't even really have a payoff, right? I could have grabbed Yavimaya as well, I guess, but there's still no way of punching Hurska through. Okay, so I'm finding that the problems are... So despite the fact that we have 10 card draw spells, apparently this is not enough. Because we're just constantly bricking. And another big problem is not being able to get Hurska through. So I'll have hands where I have Hurska, and then I have a life gain spell, and then it doesn't matter, because like even if I make Hurska get plus whatever, it's not going to be able to actually punch through the opponent. Also, Kataki and like Collector Oof and Stony really do seem like they're liabilities in this deck, so I do think we have too many artifacts that we care about for these to matter, so, or for these to be acceptable. So yeah, let's get rid of Collector Oof, Kataki, and Stony Silence. Unfortunately, that does only leave us with like very limited stacks pieces, which is another problem here. But yeah, we need to focus more on giving Hurska unblockability in some way. So Shadow Spear's one way, then Silver Shroud Costume's another way, and then Feather of Flight. Specifically, evasion that is also replacing itself. So let's just get rid of that and let's play Angelic. What was it called again? Is it Angelic Flight? Angelic Gift, yeah. So give me evasion while also replacing yourself so that it's not just evasion. Is there any other one that does something like that? They're probably going to be auras, right? So less than 2, type aura, ID green and white, draws a card. Specifically draws a card when it enters. And then 13 results. Also, it has to say creature because it has to be able to enchant a creature. Rune of Might gives trample and replaces itself. All right, let's do that one. That's it for our auras that have some way of punching through plus replacing themselves. All the other ones either are too expensive or they don't do that. Like hypothetically, we could pay some of the 3 mana auras that do this, but no. And then we need ways also of making this life gain have a payoff that isn't just Hurska. So the problem is that there's really nothing. There's like the well, but the well costs 4 and then we have to pay X. Whenever you gain life, sort it by rank. The well is just too much mana invested. We mainly need draw spells, right? Draw cards. Gain life. If you gain life, you gain twice that much. If you would draw except for the first draw, you get 2 cards. That's expensive, but it is a payoff. I'll hammer it. Camaraderie, gain life, X the number of creatures in play, no. Gain life, while you have 5 or less, you gain twice as much. That's not applicable. There just really are not a lot of good options, are there? Yeah, there ain't much. I would put Archivist of Ogma. Maybe that 1 life each time can be relevant. It won't be, though, because it doesn't matter. If we're gaining that life, we're gaining that life on an opponent's turn. All right, so more evasion for Hurska, and then, I mean, like, we have 10 card draw spells. Do we really need more? Do we really have to add Turn of the Wild Speaker and whatnot back in there? I cut those for a reason, though. Like, they're too expensive. What would I even consider this as? I guess it's a life gain and a card draw spell, sort of. I mean, even though it doesn't actually do either one, it helps you. And then Rune of Might is a beatdown cantrip? I don't know. Does Trample really count as beatdown, or does it just count as evasion? I guess it's more so evasion. Like, it isn't actually evasion, but it's like kind of doing something similar. It's can I get my damage through even if you have blockers, basically. How would you classify token doublers? I usually just classify them as combo cards, like not actually combo cards, but more like synergy cards. Usually if you're doubling your tokens, it's because you've got something that, you know, makes tokens that you care about. That when you're making tokens, it's usually like you either want them because you can use them for something like Skull Clamp, or you are going to, you know, use overrun effects, and the amount of tokens that you have is just going to be the beatdown plan. The problem is they don't really neatly fall into either category, so I usually just leave cards like that as untagged. So I've got a bunch of decks that have cards like, you know, Dragon Fodder in them, for example, a bunch of 2 mana make 2 tokens, and I don't classify them as anything because it depends on what you're using them for. All right, let's do another play test. Okay, so turn 1 draw, play this, play Oriole Druid. Then we've got another land, fetch, go grab Temple Garden. 3 mana. Do I want to do anything? No, let's just go tap, 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 play our commander. Next turn. Land. We can do more if we set it up for the next turn. So we actually don't have anything that gains life right now, right? I guess I would maximize on what I can do. Let's go Pilgrim, Granith, Shadowspear, and we'll pass the turn. All right, well, that's kind of disappointing. I guess we're going to play Sylvan Library and cast nothing else. Then attach Shadowspear to our commander. All right. Draw, and then draw 2 cards off Sylvan Library. Fetch, go grab the plains. At this point, you just play the 1 ring and just win off of that. So let's just assume we didn't get that. All right, Esper Sentinel instead. I think one of the problems with this deck is you need a lot of things to come together. I think it has the Boggles problem of you've got like your 10 draw spells and you've got your 10 life gain spells, and they kind of really don't do anything without having one or the other, because the deck doesn't have a bunch of just like really big creatures, and it doesn't have any actual pump spells. It just has life gain, which transfers into pump spells when you have your commander out. So when you've got your life gain spells, they don't do anything unless you also have evasion or you also have one of the card draw effects. And the card draw effects and the evasion don't do anything when you don't have the life gain. I think that's the primary issue with this deck. Because like right now, for example, so in my hand, I've got Rock's Faithmender, but I have no way of gaining life. And then I've got Momentous Falling Greater Good to draw cards. But again, I don't have any way of... I guess I do with Shadowspear, right? So... So you'd go attack, gain 4 life, trigger this, and at this point I would just have Esper Sentinel out. So let's just say I play Esper Sentinel, then I attack, trigger, gain 4, and then pay it, put it on the Esper Sentinel, and then cast Momentous Fall. 1, 2, 3. And then sack the Sentinel, and we draw 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a Trelasara deck? I do have a Trelasara deck. Oh, I should look at that as well. Pair to Trelasara. What is Trelasara running that I'm not running? Okay, so obviously more incidental life gain effects rather than like gaining a whole bunch of life. Yeah, because they trigger, it's gonna work differently. And then there is like Rancor and Driftspoon. But Trelasara, you're more likely to... Your creature retains the counters. So, also because of the way it's worded, Trelasara can get a lot bigger. Let's do one more playtest just to see if this is functional or not. Okay, so... Obviously, it's impossible to know how much mana you would have when you Goldfish Carpet of Flowers. I basically assume that this will give me 1 mana. except on turn 1, where I assume it gives me nothing, because it depends on turn order and if anyone played an island. But I basically just count this as after turn 2, it's always 1 mana. So draw for our opening turn, and then we go a land, play Carpet, and then assume this doesn't give me any mana. So next turn, go Razor Verge, and then we have 3 mana, so let's go Mom plus Arbor Elf. I guess we can. Next turn. All right, we've got Mom for Hirska, so mana. So Carpet Flowers, 1, 2, 3, Hirska, and tap, put Rune of Might onto Hirska. Draw. Okay. Next turn. Land, this gives me 1. Actually, play this one. Gives me 1, tap, play Sanctum Weaver, and Guardian Augmenter, and then we can attack with the guy, I guess. Next, and we've completely bricked. It's turn 5, and we're not really doing anything. This. Next. Still not doing anything. Yeah. All right, well, technically we could add the drawback, right? So turn to the Wild Speaker, Season of, what is it called? Season of the, not Burrow, Gathering? Green one, yeah. And then Soul's Majesty. I guess for like the card draw stuff, the lifelink is irrelevant. Like what I was trying to do is pump Hirska, but for all these card draw ones, it doesn't actually matter whether I pump Hirska before or after combat, so then something like Serra Ascendant would actually function. Because then we can just go attack, gain 5, something gets +5, then draw a bunch of cards off the card draw spell. That works. All right, I've just added 4 cards. What am I getting rid of? I'm getting rid of Felidar Sovereign because it's more expensive than Test of Endurance. And I'm getting rid of, and redundant. And I'm getting rid of Haywire Might, I guess. No, I like that I can Saga into it. 3 to go. I really like the idea of pairing this card with Yavimaya, but if you don't have Yavimaya, then it's so much work. Because you don't know which lands you're going to have, right? So you're going to have, like, maybe a forest, maybe 2, and your opponents might have some amount of forests. I guess it also depends on who else is at the table and whether they have forests or not. Really hard to tell how much this gives you when you're gold fishing. Not really a fan of Sunbeam Spellbomb, honestly. I don't like having to pay 2 mana, even if it is over multiple turns. Get rid of that. Although, Rest for the Wary is the same way. I guess Rest for the Wary, you can just get more life off of it. Actually, scratch that. The thing that I actually don't like is these cards that don't do anything. Alhamret's Archive and Rock's Faithmender. I really don't like the fact that you play them and just nothing happens. You have to have the follow-up life gain for them to do anything. And even like doubling your life isn't even that good. One card to go. Arbor Elf and Utopia Sprawl are always dubious when you're in a multicolor deck and you don't always have access to forests. Get rid of Sprawl. Arbor Elf has the much bigger upside of being hypothetically able to untap Gaia's Cradle, though, when you have Yavimaya in play. That's like the main thing here, but we can get rid of Utopia Sprawl. That's fine. All right, one more playtest. Just to, if the deck still sucks, then I don't know what else to do to it. All right, so draw for turn, go land. I guess I do have to keep track of my health because of Test of Endurance. And Llanowar Elves next turn. Exotic Orchard, tap, put Wild Growth here. Now we have 3 mana, so it's best to play Augmenter so that when we play Hurska next turn, it's protected. Do Sol Ring. All right, tap this, Sol Ring, tap this, and oh, I haven't played Witch Enchanter for that either. So play this as a land, then tap, tap, play Hurska, and then we can go Shadow Spear, equip. All right, and now we actually have no forests in play. Yeah, this card's kind of sucking. So we can Sunbeam Spellbomb and have +5, and then that's just so bad. Right now this is a 6/6. And so we can make it an 11/11, I guess. Yeah, let's not even... I'm just going to play spell... I'm just going to cycle the Spellbomb. Draw. Add 2. Lighted. Word something. Attack. Next turn. Yeah, this is just complete disaster. Jesus. What if I don't care as much about like the huge amount of life as much as I just care about life that I can gain without having to pay for it a bunch of times? So Mono Valley 3 or less, ID green white, format EDH, gain life, and it says whenever or at the beginning. This is going to be all the Soul Warden effects. I'm not going to play any of the 231. Cast a spell, it's one or more colors. Creatures enter the battlefield. You cast spells of a certain color. Let's take whenever out of the equation. Let's just say at the beginning. $47. 1 life, 1 life. Any more than 1. Can something gain us 2 life at a time? Something 2 life at a time. 2 life at a time. Do I see 2 life at a time? 2 life at a time. No. 6 fleece. 1 life at a time. No. Lifelink. Yeah, alright. Well, I don't know what else to do to this. Like, the deck is technically functional. It's just very weak. I don't think the mana on this actually matters that much either. I think it just more matters of... because we do have things in our deck that reduce our life total. So let's put back our Sovereign over Test of Endurance. Anyway, I think we're good to move here. That was Hurska. I don't know. If anyone has any suggestions about how to make that better, let me know. Let's head back over here and let's do the next deck. Tiny Bones. Okay, so in the same vein as the previous Tiny Bones that we've seen, this is going to be yet another discard-laden deck. So let's... kind of boring, but it's like it is actually powerful enough to build a deck around. So Tiny Bones, Bauble Burglar. Starter kit, 1 color mono base, protection, 1, and then brush. All right, let's get rid of Vault. I guess Dark Ritual is okay. Yeah, that's fine. And then get rid of Deep Cavern and Kite Sail. Fix our mana up, so let's get rid of the not black fetches and Cabal, or no, not Cabal Coffers. I do want that, but I don't want Cabal Pit. Add an Expedition map so that we can search up Coffers combo. Get rid of our rainbow lands. We won't need those. Get rid of Fel. Get rid of this. Get rid of Mana Confluence. Misty, Nykthos. Phyrexian Tower. Scalding. This is definitely not a Shizo deck. Avamaya. That's fine. We definitely want Mox Amber because our commander only costs 2. And then add swamps to the deck. What are we at? I don't want Deluge because I don't want to kill our own commander. Snuff out, Bowmaster's Deadly Rollick, that's fine. Citadel, Necro. Dominance. And now let's go look up the other Tiny Bones decks. So compare to Tiny Bones. Trinket Thief / Turgid. Alright, and let's just start adding all of these in. So add Turgid, add Elderfang, add Goth Thief, Bottomless Pit. Probably not this one. What's up? Gaia Reach? Yeah, Gaia Reach. Not that one. Aga Holding, that's fine. Helm of Obedience combo, because we're going to play Tothi. Yeah, that's fine too. Asylum Visitor, we're good with that. Vicious Rumors, Arterial Flow, Chains, Zoomy Informant, Oppression, Necrogen Mist, Virus Beetle, Mind Swords doesn't actually discard them, right? It exiles the cards. Yes, not Mind Sword. Bandit's Talent, Hopeless Nightmare, Asker's Cruelty, Waste Not, Burglar Rat. I don't think I'm gonna have that. Actually, no, we will have enough creatures. Smallpox, Payment Construct, Foundry, that's fine too. Since everyone discards 2, right? Yeah. Mind Rake. Liliana? Sure, Liliana. And then this is not all the Tiny Bones, so let's compare it to the Pickpocket. Does the Pickpocket have discard cards in it, or is this different? Yeah, this one's different. All right, search up Nath. Hypnotist is more expensive than what I want. We're probably overlapping on a lot of cards by this point. Yeah, this is fine. Dark Deal. Add Dark Deal. Oh, yeah, add the other Tiny Bones. And then Nicol Bolas, the Ravager. That's another discard deck. This one has more options though, because it's in different colors or multiple colors. Looks like we basically got all of the discard cards that are available. I think we basically got all of them. Refresh. So 90 cards. We've got 18 discard effects here. Yeah, fine. I don't think I'm missing anything. Pretty much covers it. We got 31 lands. Yeah, that's correct. We could go some more stacks, I suppose. If I cut... How many things do I have to Skull Clamp? That's a good question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 7. Although the fact that you can get it off of Urza Saga is pretty nice. And it gives you a use for these irrelevant 1/1 creatures after you've already used them up. Alright, we'll keep Skull Clamp. And we can do the whole top reservoir thing, because we got the space for it, so let's do that. What am I missing from stacks? Add stacks. Chains is fine. First totem is also fine. I don't think we have anything that actually activates, right? We've got this tiny bones, who cares? This tiny bones again, who cares? It's yeah, nothing. But Curse Totem's good. Then Dothy Null Rod on. We do have this ramp here, so hypothetically I could get rid of this and play Null Rod, but that's quite the trade-off, and I don't think it's worth it. Get rid of Null Rod, Planar Void, Tabernacle. Yeah, Tabernacle. Definitely Thorn has to go. Torpor Orb's good though, because I don't. No, we've got. All right, how many ETB and then our opponents have to discard cards do we have? We have Rat, Elderfang, Nezumi, Woebmasters I don't care about, and then Virus Beetle. So it's only 4 cards in our whole deck that get disrupted by Torpor Orb, and it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, that's fine. And then Trinisphere, like, we're making... So the thing is, this doesn't really matter because we're making everyone discard a bunch of cards anyway. So, like, who cares if they have to pay more for it? That's whatever. And Winter Orb can go. But Winter Moon, that's good. Because 31 lands, 17 of those are basic swamps, and 5 of those are fetch lands. So it's really 22 are swamps. That leaves, yeah, 9 non-basic... 9... Oh, why City of Brass? Get rid of that. So 8 lands that aren't basic swamps. And one of those is Urza Saga, which dies anyway. So it's really 7 lands in our deck. Don't untap as a result of Winter Moon. But that's fine, because we can still untap 1 land per turn. So unless we have multiple non-basic lands in play, and it's obviously much more detrimental for our opponent. So that's good there. What's our actual deck count at right now? We're at 95. Is there anything I'm forgetting? Let me look at my tags. So, manage all tags. And then I want to search by discard. So here's the discard, and then here's this discard by name. Bandits, Bottomless, Burglar Rat, Elderfang, Liliana, Necrogen. Okay, we have all of that. Vicious Rumors, Virus Beetle, Waste Not, Oppression. And then this one is you have to sack a creature if you do, each opponent discards a card. Oh yeah, the reason this was in the deck was so that you can turn your crappy 1/1 discarders into something else. Yeah, okay, this one's... we can add that one. Raids, Frightful Return. I'm not going to add Mind Swords, though. Rankle's Prank, that one's another one that I don't particularly care for in this deck specifically. Although we could use it. Siphon Mine's another good one. We have that. Death Cloud, that's... got that. Oh yeah, this dude. Refurbished. It's kind of exactly what we want. It's an artifact. It's a 01. It's an X1 creature that can die to Skull Clamp. Okay, then these are not mono black. This one exiles. We specifically don't want to have exiles, right? Yeah. London. This one's 4 mana. No. Only in Tiny Bones Trinket. Okay, I need to. Bottomlet. Nath, Bottomless. Oh yeah, I definitely need to fix tags. But it looks like that's kind of it. So it's mainly the 4 mana ones that cause everybody to discard. That are just not in here yet. Let's fix all this. Have them doubled up on the tags. That's... I gotta go through these all and fix them manually. Oh well. Actually, if I just go to tags, will that fix him if I do that? So discard. We go to the last page here. Only in Kroxa. Yeah, let's... Oh, we can just delete all the tags from here. What? Yeah, Liliana Waker. Yeah, there's the 4 mono ones. There's Waker, Rankle's Prank, the one that you draw cards, Siphon Mind. Yeah, sure. Rankle's Prank, Liliana Waker. Delete this. Delete tag. Get rid of all the ones that say only in blah, because there should be a global tag that now covers all of these cards. That's all fixed up. Okay. Now we got 100 cards. I mean, it's not any different than like all of the other Tiny Bones decks or Nath or Nicol Bolas. So. What are you gonna do? I imagine this playtest's fine, but let's just see. All right, Swamp, or no, not Swamp. Vault, Mox Opal, can't do anything. Next turn, Swamp, tap tap. Liquimetal Torque, this is turns online, tap tap, play Charcoal Diamond, next turn. Land, Tiny Bones. Oh, actually, we don't have a discard effect right now, right? Yeah. Tap. Oh, we have Mind Rake, but I actually don't want to discard cards out of my hand at the moment. So tap, tap, tap. Play Necropotent, then draw back to full hand next turn, and then next turn we don't draw, so we land. A bit late, but we can at least go Arterial Flow, everyone discards 2, and then we get to cast any of those, right? Yeah. Plus Mind Rake overloaded. And I would just discard Mox Diamond and one. Probably Frightful. Wait. Let's do Frightful for turn. So everyone discards 5 cards, which is probably their entire hand. Sounds good to me. Yeah, all right. It basically functions the same way as the other ones. We should probably add this Tiny Bones to those decks as well, right? Do those decks have the other Tiny Bones in them already? Tiny Bones. So there is this, no, not that one. Or, yeah, this one, Nath, and Bolas. But does this one have the other Tiny Bones in it? Because we should add that if it's not here. Tiny Bones, Bauble, Burglar. But over here, untagged. What would I tag this as? It's sort of card draw? Or it's discard related, I suppose. Sure. Well, it's discard related in the same way that like Asylum is card related. But like I have Waste Not listed under discards. Fine, whatever. What do we cut from this deck? Lotus Petal. Or Lotus Petal. Why is Cabal Ritual and Grim Monolith here? They got more expensive stuff to do. What's another thing we can cut instead of those? Do we have Planar Void in this deck? Yeah, let's get rid of that. Nath of the Gilt Leaf. Do I also have Planar Void in this one? Where's Stacks? No, I don't. Tiny Bone. Bauble Burglar. Alright, add that to the deck. Although this deck doesn't have as much discard, but it's fine. Fix that as well. Update to Preferred. Fixing up old decks with the time. Probably should have done that before, but oh well. Yeah, Chalice of the Void can go. Very, very limited. Ravager, same thing here. Tiny Bones. Bauble Burglar. And cut away. Not the sweepers, not these cards, not the blink. Actually, I'm not going to have it in this one. The main reason is because the static effect on Tiny Bones doesn't actually apply once Tiny Bones is dead. So when he's not your commander, that ability gets a lot worse. I think it's fine for Nath and the other decks that aren't as focused on blowing the board up as Nicol Bolas, but in the Nicol Bolas deck, it's not going to be so great. And now we're back here. Alright, I think that's fine. So here's Tiny Bones. The new Tiny Bones. There is your link. Back to the wheel. We've got 3 more to go. Loot Exuberant Explorer. All right, this was the one I was most looking forward to building. Because it's Selvala-esque. Or not Selvala-esque, Mael-esque. Let's immediately types and tags, add this to our bookmark. Starter kit, it's only one color. We're gonna want to add our ramp and untappers. Stacks. Stacks is probably just gonna be collected. All right, refresh. First things first, fix the mana up, cut all the fetches. So cut this, cut the rainbow lands as well. So city, command tower, get rid of that, get rid of the exotic orchard, this one. Confluence, marsh. Nykthos is a... Nykthos can stay. Delta, Vista, Tarn, Shifting Woodland, that stays. Urban, Urberg, and then get rid of this one, and then Wirewood Lodge. This is not an elf, so that's irrelevant, so get rid of that. And Wooded Foothills, and then we're at 12 lands. Then we'll add 18 to the deck. And then we're mostly, the untappers I want for the most, I guess I should say, what does loot do? It's 3 mana, 1/4, you may play an additional land on each of your turns, and it's got 6 mana tap. Look at the top 6 of your library. You may reveal a creature card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control from among them and put it onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. So, this guy specifically cares about having land ramp. because we want, because hypothetically we could cheat any creature into play, but mostly it's going to be relegated to our land count. So we're going to want like Into the North, Glimpse, the Core, Rampant Growth, Sakura Tribe Elder, Edge of Autumn. I really should just add those to the package so that I don't have to manually add them anymore when I do this. Glimpse, the Core, Edge of Autumn. You know what? I can do this faster by just saying mana value 2, color equals green, search, and then either land or forest, battlefield. Edge of Autumn, Farseek's already in here. Oh yeah, this one gets you a land, but it's a creature, but it's still technically same thing. So there's that one, Into the North, Rampant Growth, Sakura Tribe Elder. One is not legal. All right, we're good there. All right, let's fix our ramp. So let's get rid of every single mono rock. Bloom Tender is obviously irrelevant in this deck. Old Steel. Emerald Medallion, that can stay. Get rid of this. Keep Exploration. Keep Explore. Get rid of Fanatic Aronis. Farseek doesn't do anything in mono green, so get rid of that. Belwar, Fractured Power Stone, Hedron. We have to change these to Snow Forests. Into the North, so snow-covered forest. Add Opal, Amber, Mindstone, Milliken, Monacan, Orc, Jet Medallion, Mer Convert, Ornithopter Paradise, Palladium Myrrh, Patriarch Seal, Pearl, Plague Myrrh, Prismatic, Ruby, Sapphire, Somberwald Sage, that goes too. Sonic Screwdriver, Ironcrag, Thought Vessel, Voyaging Satyr, that can go, and Worn Power Stone. Now we have 26 ramp. We actually do want more ramp than normal in this deck because of Loot's very expensive ability. Then, oh, and this is also ramp. So, ramp. Then for the untappers, we mostly want something that's going to untap Loot plus all of our lands, which I believe is just Awakening and Seedborn Muse. So let's get rid of everything that isn't those. One Winding Clock would have worked if we had a bunch of artifact ramp. Oh, there's also Quest for Renewal. That one can work too. Get rid of this. Keep Seedborn. This. Keep Quest. This. Keep Awake. And then Mana Vault doesn't really help us because you need to have sufficient lands that this ability can be used over and over. Mana Vault only untaps when we untap with Seedborn. Yeah, so get rid of Mana Vault. I don't think I want any fast mana like Elvish Spirit Guide. I don't think that's doing what I want. All right, and then stacks. Obviously, we can't play Curse Totem. Olrod we can, but I think Collect Roof alone is probably sufficient, but I don't know, that's fine. Get rid of Tabernacle, get rid of Thorn. Torpor Orb is probably going to ultimately wind up coming out of this deck, but for now I think it's okay. The only thing it's interfering with at the moment is Disciple of Freyalise. Trinisphere. So there's something to be said for, at a certain point, we can just use Loot to... We can just keep activating Loot every turn, and therefore we don't actually have to cast anything, so Trinisphere could have some amount of good. And then there's Winter Moon, which we do have mostly forests. That's fine. All right. Are there any modal green lands that are creatures that we don't have yet? Is MDFC type creature. ID green. There are, but they're not good. Back to the deck. All right, so what are we doing from here? We're not gonna actually have enough lands for Explore to be viable, right? Probably not, I don't know. Let's leave that in there for right now. Oh yeah, and we added Staff and Umbral Mantle. Let's get rid of those two. So our total deck count right now is 74. Okay, so this is very much like Mael. So Mael is Naya, and she also is a 3-mana creature that has a 6-mana tap ability. Her ability is you look at the top 5, not 6, and you select a creature with power 5 and up. So Mael's whole shtick is to put, you know, Giant Eldrazi or, you know, just other big bombs into play. Here, we have to select creatures that have mana value less than or equal to our land count onto the battlefield, which means we can't select from power, we have to select from mana value, which is much more restrictive in terms of what we can hit with it. So usually, depending on whether we had a turn 1 mana dork or not, when loot hits the board, we will have maybe like 3 lands, right? At that point, we still can't activate loot. So by the time we can activate loot, we'll probably have like 4 or 5 lands, somewhere around there, right? But we're probably not going to get to the point of having enough lands to where we're casting, like, we're not casting, where we're cheating in Ulamog, for example. So we mainly have to find, like, the best mono green or colorless creatures that have a power that is at a level where we, no, it's not power, right? It's mana value. Yeah, it has a mana value to the level of where we could probably hit it, but it's still good. So if the card costs like 10, we probably can't cheat that in most of the time. But if the card has a mana value of 5 or 6, that's probably more reasonable. So with that said, oh, I need protection. How did I not add that? Protection. All right, so Xantid is not necessary. Steely's good. Sylvan Safekeeper is good. Lightning Greaves, Guardian Augmenter. Okay, so we don't need Dosen or City of Solitude or Defense Grid. But then the rest are probably pretty decent, and our whole deck revolves around getting loot into play. So all of this is probably fine. Maybe not Lightning Greaves, because it's very unlikely we're going to be able to cast and activate this in the same turn. Although it is more like Shroud. And without this, then we only have these 3 to protect. Although it directly runs against having Null Rod and Collector. Yeah, all right, so let's go ahead and get rid of Lightning Greaves. I'm pretty sure Torp Orb is going to have to go. But so far it doesn't. Okay. So now let's look at... Mono green has to be a creature, and it has to have a mana value of... You know, it's not worth cheating in like 3 drops. So if I'm spending if I'm spending 6 mana to activate loot, I want to at least hit something that costs 5. Like, I don't want to hit anything that's less than that. With that said, we probably can't hit like the 10s and up, but let's just look for it this way. The Seedborn's obviously the best one. There's Hoof is 8. The main thing here, I guess, is that when I'm testing this, I'm going to have to figure out what is like the actual reasonable amount of mana. It's probably between 5 and 6 is what's going to mostly be the case, although that obviously increases as the game goes along. So, sure. And then, yeah, if we're hitting a bunch of big creatures, we can have Natural Order. That's fine. So, also Natural Order finds Seedborn Muse, which is also very relevant. So, Crater Hoof. I'm going to say it's probably between like 5 and 8, but not entirely sure about that. Void Winnower is 9. Then there's Terastodon. Apex Altasaur, I think, is 10 mana. Where is that? It's 9 mana. Okay, so on the higher end, but not at least not 10. Oh, I should run Sky Shroud Claim. I should run the ramp spells that put 2 lands into play in this deck. So Sky Shroud Claim and Ranger's Path. I guess there's a bajillion of them that just find 2 basics, right? ID green, format EDH. I don't think there's a single one for 3 mana that puts 2 into play, although there maybe Nissa's Pilgrimage. 3 or greater, let's say between 3 and 4, and it says search. Then it either says land or forest, and it must say battlefield on it, and it must say 2. Yeah, circuitous route, sack a land, search your library, blah blah blah, explosive veg. There's a million of them that are 4 mana for 2 lands, right? Arrow, Hunting Wilds. What's the kicker for this? Untap all forests and they become 3/3s forever. I don't want that. Migration Path you can cycle at least. This is Pilgrimage. Search for 2 basic forests, reveal them, put them onto the battlefield tapped. Okay, so this is Pilgrimage is the one exception. Because then there's ones like Primal Growth where it's the kicker sack a creature, which is not great. Ranger's Path, this one, they come in tapped, so this is no better than just basic, I suppose. So at that point, Basswood Surge would be something that's actually better than that. Alright, let's stick with that. Not too many of those. We do need a sufficient number of creatures that we can actually hit. What is Mael's hit rate? I know that I would have calculated all of that before, and I don't want to have to calculate it again here. Let's just Mael's a reference. Mana value is... Actually, no, I guess it's not mana value. It's how many creatures can this hit, right? So, Mael can... So there's 34 creatures in the deck, however, it can't hit all of them. So, the number of hits for Mael are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... Hang on, I think I messed that up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Really, not even 20. What's the math on that? Although Mael's math is even worse, right? So you've got a 99 population size with 18 hits, and you're looking at 5 cards. What's the chances that you hit one of them? It is 64%? Really? I would have expected it to be more than that. So if you're looking at a population size of 6 and loot, then it's 70%. I really want more than that. All right, let's use Mael as a comparison because there's going to be plenty of good stuff in there as well. Mael. We also want the cards that cheat things in. Dalta. Obviously, we can't pick anything that's not green. Elvish Piper. Life's Legacy. Greater Good. Gnawbone. Feed. Blightsteel's too high of a mana value. Last March of the Ent. Archetype on 8 is okay. Hornclex. Is that it? I guess that's it. All right. Back to deck. So, yeah. Type is creature. Oh, I already searched it. Okay, so then we've got Avenger, Rampaging Baloths. I guess, yeah, I guess that's Avenger of Zendikar. Rampaging Baloths. Got Crater Hoof. I'm not going to care about this. Meteor Golem, I don't care about. Warden, Wormcoil, Vorinclex, no. I'd pick an Eldrazi. I should probably be playing one of the Eldrazi just to get redos. So Kozilek, Butcher of Truth, that's fine. Actually, no, if I'm cheating them into play, it should be Ulamog, because Ulamog's indestructible. Vorinclex, Nyx Bloom. Tripling my mana at that point is not really relevant. Kodama, we're not doing loops with this. Kogla, it comes in and fights something and then blows stuff up. Sure, Kogla. We also need to give deference to cards that cost between 5 and 6, because that's mostly what we're going to hit. Have you cast a green spell? No. I already got Terastodon. Soul of the Harvest. Bane of Progress, though, absolutely. Tender Shoot, no. Silverback Elder, we have to cast things to trigger it, so not that one. Cultivator, no. We're going to be much more limited than Mile on what's actually... Beginning of combat, if you control your commander, put +1 counter on each creature you control. That's not nearly good enough. Creatures get +2 and trample if you have your commander. Alright, sure. Thunder, put Aloth. They're not tagged. This beat down. I don't know what you'd consider Gnawbone, because it ain't ramp, because it's 7 mana. Ataphage, no. Protean Hulk, not doing that thing. Vorinclex, no. This is a cast trigger. I guess it's fine to cheat it in, though. Like, you can attack with it. Cityscape Leveler. Oh, let's cut Force of Vigor from the... Bronze Dragon is just get a bunch of +1, right? Yeah. Ulvenwald Hydra. Okay, that's good, and we can use that to fetch up, like, Gaia's Cradle. I guess I would count this as a tutor? Wolverine Riders, each upkeep make a 1/1. Not good enough. Elder Gargaroth. Probably want more of them on 5 than access to. Earthshaker Dreadmaw is draw for each dinosaur, so whatever. I think I already added Archetype. Woodfall, Terastodon's better than that. Regal Force on 7 to draw a card. Regal Force. Pathbreaker Ibex, that's a good one. Bog Beast is probably another good one, right? Blossoming Bog Beast. And Cultivator of Blades. Ronus is a one-off, is not good enough. Alright, so I'm all the way down on page 2 of these creatures, so let's refine it down to a specific mana. So what are all the best ones? Like, Wandering Archaic is fine. Wandering Archaic. Ashaya has certain combos, but I don't think that's the loop that I'm going for here. It has like Quirion Ranger related stuff, but I'm not. Tender Shoot Dryad's problem. Tender Shoot. We just need more things on 5 because I imagine that's what we're going to hit. We are going to play test this, and the mana values of the creatures are going to move around a lot based on that play testing. Because if it turns out that we actually don't need to care about certain mana values, then... Like, if it turns out we can get way more lands into play than I think we can, then we can just play all the big stuff. But if it's the opposite, Sign of Calamity. Herd Baloth. Another thing is just try to assemble combos. So yeah, there's like Herd Baloth, Ivy Lane Denizen, and Furry Oak. That reminds me. All right, so contains 2 cards. And where's the types? Color identity is green. Card type is creature. And it must be legal in Commander. Search. Furry Oak Ivy, yeah. Ashtai Clearing Ranger is infinite landfall, but that alone doesn't actually win. This is infinite tokens. Stuff. No. I wish you could say it's exactly only creatures in the combo. What type equals creature? That doesn't work. Infinite mana. I don't want the result to be infinite mana, because that alone does not win us the game. There's also Temur Sabertooth stuff, right? We could do Sabertooth plus, well, those are 3-card combos, right? Because it's Sabertooth plus Hyrax Tower Scout plus Tanya. All right, what if I say cards equals 3? Color is green, not color. Azusa, Ramanop, and Glacier. Half is half. Dama, Scute-Storm, Gilded Con. I turn this back to is in green. These are just bad. What about show me Temur Sabertooth? 4-card combo? That's too much. Oh, specifically in, but I guess that's they decided. Circle of Dreams Druid plus Wirewood plus Llanowar Elves plus Temur. Okay, Hyrax Tower Scout plus Temur plus Priest, and then you've got to have a lot of elves, right? Control 5 additional elves. Yeah, that's the problem. Circle of Dreams Druid, I guess, is better in that regard because it just doesn't care which creatures you have, even though we do have a lot of elves, but having 5 in play at the same time seems pretty difficult to achieve. So there's Temur Sabertooth, Hyrax Tower Scout, Circle of Dreams Druid. What are the other pieces of the combo? Beast. Oh, you need Concordant Crossroads for this. I guess there's Surak and Goreclaw as a way to give haste. Whenever another non-token enters, counter haste. Yeah, that works. Instead of Concordant. Then it's 4-card combos after that. Kavala, Temur, Wirewood. Wirewood. Goat. Selvala. Metra's Acolyte. That's another good one, although it's 4 instead of 3. Although I guess that doesn't matter because we're cheating stuff in anyway. Parametra's Acolyte. Arwen, that has to have elves in her. I guess, is Hyrax an elf? No, it's not. Yeah, so maybe this deck is more about try to assemble green creature combos rather than like going nuts with giant bombs. Woodland Bellower, that's another good one to grab. So rather than like the big ones like Void Winnower, let's cut down on all the ones that are like super expensive monsters. Apex. I still think I do want Ulamog as a way to reshuffle the deck if necessary, but let's get rid of like Vorinclex, Dalta, Craterhoof. Actually, Craterhoof's a good natural order target, so I think I will allow that one to be an exception. But let's get rid of Leveler, Archetype. Add Finale of Devastation as an infinite mana outlet. We're doing infinite mana stuff. Is there anything to devoted druid combos with in mono green that isn't just Luxior? I guess that's fine, because if we're ever in combo potential, we can potentially just use Temur Sabertooth to bounce Collector Oof off the board, and then Null Rod. One's a nifty one. All right, Torpor Orb definitely is going to have to get gone due to what we're doing here. Back to mana values. What are the other expensive stuff that we can pick up? Yeah, all right. Wandering Archaic is not part of a combo. Tendershoot Dryad is not part of a Cultivator and Blossoming Bog Beast are basically just more like overrun effects, which are fine. I guess those are fine to hit. We've got, what, Last March of the Ents? What else do we have? Regal Force. Yeah, let's get rid of Avenger, Gnawbone, and Regal Force. This makes cards like Selvala Stampede way, way worse. And, Thunderfoot Baloth basically falls into the same lane as a bunch of these other pump guys. Right, is our deck count actually 113? 111. Well, that's not far. Elvish Piper, way less valuable now that we're not playing Giganto Bombs. In fact, you know what? Is Ulamog even worth it? Have Eternal Witness. Terastodon, get that out of here as well. I thought I cut that already. All right, what else do we have? Disciple, Greater Good, Last March of the Ents, Life's Legacy. Yeah, okay, so without like all the gigantic creatures as well, let's get rid of Rampaging Baloths. Then these draw spells also become a lot worse. By like a lot. I guess this is haste. $105. I have enough lands for exploration and explore to be actually. Get rid of those. We only have 30. Well, maybe not explore. I guess exploration's probably just guarantee that we always get where we need to go. Rhinosphere, Null Rod, Collector Oof, Winter. And there's a bunch of combo pieces, and we're 3 over. Penrith, Nature's. What is going? What is? We probably don't need all of these beatdown stuff. Probably Craterhoof to natural order into, and then like Ibex and Thunderfoot Baloth are the biggest ones. Cut these two. I can probably cut some rain. But yeah, if we're not trying to find big stuff, then I actually don't need any of the ones that go 4 and up. So that means I don't need Sky Shroud or Migration Path or Vastwood Surge, which actually means we're under budget. Oh, and this is Pilgrimage I can keep, because it's going from 3 to 5. Alright, I wonder what H-Rec has to say about loot. Overlord of the Hauntwoods, because it's a ramp that's also a creature. Yeah, okay, makes sense. I'm not playing that, though. Gaia. Archdruids, they notice as well, but it makes sense. Cultivator, Augur Bottom. A lot of the same things we already looked at. I think we're better off just trying to combo them than we are. Whenever this or another creature with toughness greater than its power enters, look at the top card if it's a land, put it on the battlefield, otherwise put it into your hand. How many creatures do we have that have a higher toughness than power? One, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Only 10, so yeah, that's not. Although, considering we're trying to combo, this makes Soul of the Harvest more of a desirable card when I initially discounted that. So let's add that in. Oh yeah, Patron of the Orochi is a way to untap all of our stuff. 8 mana though, but yeah, okay. Patron of the Orochi. Anything else? Creatures. Oh yeah, 6. Get rid of 6. Cronus. Okay, all that's expected. Worldly Tutor. That does make sense if we're trying to combo. And Sylvan Tutor as well. Yeah, let's get rid of Ulvenwald Hydra. We don't need to tutor Gaia's Cradle for 6 mana. Get rid of Patron, Woodland, Thunderfoot, Direk, and Boarclaw, Soul of the Harvest, Kogla. Fine. 1 over. Let's keep looking before we start slashing stuff anymore. Artifacts, this is all fine. Wow, that was short on artifacts. Enchantments. Also, that's fine. All right, and then land. Shifting Woodland actually makes more sense now if we're trying specifically to combo and not to do like just big creature stompy. We actually do have it in our deck already. All right, that's fine. So then we're 1 card over. Also, let me just all the combos that I'm missing. Find my combos. Clear the deck list. Add this. All right, so we currently have 13 combos in our deck, and we could have more if we added the altars, which I'm not going to. We added Concordant. We started getting really complicated with like 4+ creatures. I don't think we need any of this. Head on back. Only one cut need be made. I could potentially cut a land. We have a lot of it, like a crazy amount of it. Ridiculous amount. We can cut a land. All right. So the main plan here is get up a bunch of mana really quickly, get loot out, and then use untapping effects or just keep activating it to try to assemble a combo. So the combos are, and actually let me, the combos are Temur plus Circle of Dreams plus Wirewood plus Allosaurus Shepherd, infinite green mana. Why is Allosaurus Shepherd necessary for this combo? Activate Circle of Dreams, create, you need one other creature, just it can be any creature. So Circle of Dreams makes 5. Activate Wirewood to return Shepherd. Untapping Circle of Dreams. Activate Temur, bouncing Wirewood. So it doesn't need to be Allosaurus Shepherd, it can just be any 1 mana elf. I don't know why they specifically stuck Allosaurus Shepherd here then. And there's, yeah, Sabertooth, Circle, Wirewood, Elvish Mystic. Yeah, okay, so it's any elf, not just... It's Sabertooth, Circle of Dreams, Wirewood, and any elf that costs 1. And then there's, yeah, Selvala, Hyrax, Temur, and then probably need more creatures. Priestess Titania, same. Okay, so it's all going to involve that. And then there's like Devoted Druid plus Luxior for infinite green, and then there's Skirioak Ivy Lane or Herd Baloth Ivy Lane. And Kogla in place of Temur Sabertooth with Hyrax Tower Scout, since Hyrax is a human that we can bounce. Are there any other... So we have 2 combos that revolve around Ivy Lane Denizen. What about Skirioak in mono green? Coat of Arms? Oh, yeah. But that's not a creature. Alright, that's fine. So let us play test the deck. We have 2 lands, opener plus ramp. This is turn 1 draw, play land, tap, play elf. Next turn, land. Then I guess we just play Destiny Spinner, or do I keep ramping? No, I keep ramping. Emergent Sequence. Go grab a land, which becomes a creature, but that's whatever. Then, and it comes in tapped, right? Oh, yeah, it also comes in tapped. It wouldn't even matter because it would turn it into a creature. All right, Cavern, name, then tap, 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 play loot. And if we didn't have the Cavern, we would have cast Destiny first. All right, next turn. So now we've got a total of 5 lands. And we've got Temur and Ivy Lane in our hand, so now the best move is to play Seedborn Muse. So then we... opponent number 1, and then we tap, 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 loot. So 1, 4, 5, 6. Herd Baloth, boom. That's already a combo with Ivy Lane that we have next turn. That worked out. All right, reset. No land hand, reset. This is also this. I guess we've got Chrome. Oh no, we have Bridgeworks Battle. Okay, this is keepable. So turn 1, draw, play Chrome Mox, and Bridgeworks. What am I Chrome Moxing away? I'm Chrome Moxing away. Elven Tutor? I'm not sure. Chrome Mox away something. Tap, tap into the north. Go grab a forest. And untap. All right, so now we can either just play loot but playing loot here isn't actually that good because we only have 2 lands. So we're probably better off going Boreal. And then do I just clamp it to try to get more lands? I guess so. It dies. Draw, draw. All right. Next turn. Woof. Woof. Arbor Elf. Actually, I'm gonna sack Clamp. All right, there's land. Tap, tap, place. Turn 4. You definitely want to ramp, so Emergent. We'll grab a land. And then at this point, I'm not going to clamp anymore. So Arbor Elf plus Wirewood, and now it's turn 5. Play loot, and it might die though. So instead of that, let's go tap, tap, tap. Play Guardian Augmenter. Tap, tap, tap. Play loot. And we still have 1 mana from Sanctum Weaver. Play Fyndhorn. So turn 6. Now we can start activating loot. Although at this point, I would just natural order for Seedborn. Yeah. So, and we're gonna sack, I guess, Sanctum Weaver. 1, 2, 3, 4. Natural order. This dies. We'll grab Seedborn. And we still have 1, 2, 3, 4 mana left over. 1, 2, 3. This is Pilgrimage. Spell Mastery is if we have one. Okay, we do actually have Spell Mastery. So another forest. And then this goes to our hand, and then these go to the field tapped. I don't actually know if I've played a land this 1, 2, 4. I have not. Play a forest. I don't know, claim something, whatever. So then, opponent's turn number 1, untap, activate loot. Oh, yeah, activate loot. 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hit Kogla. So fight something. Then second opponent's turn, do it again. 1, 2, 5, 6. Right, put Forest Shepherd into play, or Selvala. I know Savala's a combo. Let's put Selvala into play. And then third opponent's turn, Seedborn, do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, there's Sabertooth. And then this rest of this stuff's going to the bottom. So then it's our turn, so we draw Herd Baloth. Okay, do I have any way of actually going on here? We would just activate loot again. So Selvala makes 7 mana. 7 mana, activate loot, we're floating 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. That works. So Woodland Bellower hits the field. And then we go and search up Hyrax Tower Scout out of our deck. Hyrax Tower Scout untaps Selvala. We also get to draw a card off Selvala because... Actually, no, we don't, because Kogla is the biggest creature in play. All right, so we untap Selvala, and then we use Sabertooth to bounce Hyrax back to our hand and replay it. We make infinite mana off of Selvala. Then we can untap loot, and we can loot every single creature out of our deck until we find Craterhoof, and then just beat face. Or just another combo. One more go, just to make sure this works. All right. Gemstone Caverns, exile a random land that we don't draw for turn. Land. Tap, tap, play Sylvan Library. And next turn, draw. 32 life. Okay, this is whatever. I guess we use the fact that we leverage Gemstone Caverns to play Trinisphere. And keep going. All right, draw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4. Okay, so play land, then 3 mana Sol Ring, and then 3 mana for Electro Oof to slow down opponents. And next turn, and draw. We can probably not afford to just keep paying life with Sylvan Library, but I do want Augmenter to protect this. Let's put these back. So Nykthos, and then we're going to go 3 for Guardian, and then 1, 2, 3 for Loot. Then we take our next turn. Is this the Celestia life gain commander still? No, this is Loot. I just realized something playing this, though, which is that I need to have fetch lands in here so that I can use them in combination with Sylvan Library to fetch away dead, like, top decks that we don't want anymore. So that is an important part of playtesting, is to realize stuff like that. All right, we don't want Chrome Mox or Edge of Autumn. So now we'll play Saga, I guess. And so now we can just start looting. And I can't play anything else if I want to loot. Although, no, I can crop rotation for Gaia's Cradle. So let's go. Tap, tap, tap. Crop rotate. Get rid of Gemstone Caverns. Go find Gaia's Cradle. In the graveyard. And now, so this produces 3. So if I go tap this and this for Delighted Halfling, then I've got 4 creatures plus 2 extra mana. So yeah, so then this is Cradle, 4, 5, 6, loot. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. All right, let's grab Core Claw. Put these to the bottom. Next turn. So hopefully Trinisphere and Collect Roof at this point are doing some heavy lifting here. All right, let's put back Nature's Claim, and I'll take to keep these around. All right, this is on 2 counters right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, how much does Nykthos produce at this point? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tap, floating 1. Use loot. 5, 6. Put Scurry Oak into play. The rest of these go to the bottom. Then Cradle. So we've got 1 floating, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Play Hyrax. We have 4 left. This untaps. Tap this again. 6. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Put Thunderfoot into play. Oh, we got pretty big stuff. We just don't have an actual combo yet. And we've produced, I think, 2 squirrels, 3 squirrels, something like that. And I've played a land, right? Yeah. Oh, I've Delighted Halfling, so I can go 1, 2, 3, 6. When 6 triggers, it's when it attacks. I don't have any permanent I need, right? Yeah, no. So presumably we're still good, and then next turn, this triggers. So graveyard, I don't actually know what else is in here that we want. Is it just Skull Clamp is the only thing we can get? Oh, I can't activate Sol Ring because we have Oof in play. All right, so I wouldn't have been able to play 6 last turn, I think. I don't know. I've screwed this up because I wouldn't have been able to activate Sol Ring all this time, but let's just proceed from here. I think it's okay, roughly. So at this point, Hyrax Tower Scout's in play and Scurry Oak's in play, so Woodland Bellower doesn't grab any combo pieces anymore. So mainly we're just looking to find Ivy Lane Denizen or Sabertooth. Actually, Sabertooth doesn't do it for us either. Well, we can just tutor exactly what we need to the top, right? We can just go Cradle, Sylvan Tutor, go grab Ivy Lane Denizen, and then loot Ivy Lane Denizen into play. And then we get infinite tokens, although they don't have haste. Well, no, the tokens, they don't have haste because of this, right? No, they don't. Is there a creature that just gives all of our guys haste, period, in green and doesn't discriminate between tokens? Creature doesn't say non-token and says haste. Have, as, or gain. And it must be a creature itself. Hoof has haste. It doesn't grant haste. Neither does Endray's Forerunners. Crashing Drawbridge, but it itself has to tap, so that doesn't really help. And I know the other... yeah, this Surrak gives one thing haste, right? Target creature gains haste. I don't think there is. It's just concordant, right? I guess this thing can flip over. Other creatures you control get +1/+1 and have trample and haste. That does require that you have 7 mana to transform it, though. There is one. I don't remember the name, but I played against it today. I don't think there is. I think they all have some kind of restriction. Creatures or ether. It gives trample to other creatures, a counter, and haste for the turn. Have haste. Or gain haste. Gains haste. Or has haste. Creatures you control with 3 or more counters on them have haste. Surrak and Goreclaw? Yeah, but Surrak and Goreclaw doesn't include tokens. So if you make infinite squirrels with Scurry Oak, it doesn't apply to them. Yeah, so that's the one I have already. I don't think there's a way to do it. So if I was in that previous position, like, you technically can't win on the spot. Is there a creature that is like Alter the Brood that says, like, whenever a creature enters, do something that's going to win? Whenever a creature enters, really? Not a single one says this. Whenever another creature enters. There's just Selvala and Essence Warden. All right, well, I think we got this up to pretty good. It's not perfect. Like, it has awkward sequencing sometimes. But I think ultimately this is pretty good. I guess I would like to stick Concordant Crossroads in here in order to fix that problem. If I can find a way to do that. What's a card we can cut? I guess Ewitness and 6 are kind of doing the same things. We don't need both, so let's cut Ewit and do Concordant Crossroads. So how many creatures are we actually happy to hit off of loot? Because hitting a random, like, Mana Dork is not something I want to do. So the actual hit count here is 1, 2... I'm mainly looking for, like, combo pieces, or, like, this would be acceptable if we hit it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, because infinite mana means Destiny Spinner can kill the table. 6. This is kind of 7, because you might be able to draw some cards off of it. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19... 20, 21, 22. Okay, that's pretty good. 1 and 5. Have you built the Gorgon Commander yet? I don't think there's a Gorgon Commander on our list. What commander is that? Anyway, here's the loot deck, right? So here is the loot. There's the link. So these are the Gorgons. Every one of them has been out already. Well, we do have a Damia deck. Been away. What are we doing next? Ophelia something something? Well, we got Plagan, Lord of the Beach to do, but I can add Ophelia perhaps to our list. Ophelia. Not how you spell her. Oh, she's not legal. Oh, her? Whenever she attacks, you may pay 1 in green if you do create a snake with death touch. Okay, so far this is pretty bad. What does this do? At end of turn, whenever one or more Gorgons or snakes you control deal combat to a player, that player loses half their life rounded up. This looks so atrocious. Oh my god, this is like awful. So it's 7 mana before we can actually do the life loss thing, and that's assuming that we can actually hit with either Ophelia or one of the other creatures. Like, I get that there's things that this works with, like Ophiomancer, but this just seems horrible. How many, like, snakes or whatever are there even? I don't know. I'm thinking possibly she can work, because there's probably enough cheap snakes that you can, like, attack multiple players. Sure, I'll add her to the wheel. Ophelia. Alright, so let's build Plagon. So Plagon, Lord of the Beach, is enters, draw a card for each creature you control. Each creature you control with toughness greater than its power, and hybrid white-blue. Target creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. That part's not really relevant, although I guess it's gonna kind of do stuff. Anyway. So add the starter kit, add the 2-color mana base, add protection for our commander. But after that, we're pretty good on this. So I mainly want to start off with cards that I think are already good, that happen to have disjointed stats. Let's fix up our mana. So Bloodstained Mire we can't use. This is not going to be a Cephalid Coliseum deck. And then, oh, look at that. Hydroelectric Specimen. Has more toughness than power. We don't want Lorien revealed, and Urborg, Yavimaya, get out of here. And then there's going to be 2 more fetches that are off color, which are Foothills and green and black verdant. It leaves 31 lands. That's fine. We got 15 ramp. That's also fine. Is Ornithopter of Paradise the only one that has more toughness than power? I think no. Hedron Crawler is one of them. So let's add ramp to the deck. And then we're not doing instants and sorceries. Baral. And then all these 1/1s are also relevant. Get rid of Medallion. Ethereum Sculptor, I guess, can... That's fine. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Then we get rid of Goldmer. Hedron Crawler's an 0/1, so that's good. Land tax. That. Monakin, get rid of that. Milliken does actually work. Amber. Nardle. Nardle only applies to non-creatures, so I don't want that. Her Convert, same thing. Palladium Myr is also even. Let's get rid of Medallions. Let's get rid of Plague Myr. Let's get rid of Ruby, Sapphire, Silver Myr, Hive, Thunderclap Drake, Worn Power Stone. I do not want. What are we at? 23? That's too much. What else can go from here? Random crappy colorless ones like Fractured Power Stone. Oh, Jet Medallion. That out of here. Iron Crag. Attic. Orc. That's probably okay. How about Gornog, the Red Reaper? He seems pretty linear, though. What the heck is that? Gornog. Cowards can't block warriors. Oh, it's a new Minotaur. Whenever one or more warriors you control attack a player, target creature you control... Target creature that player controls becomes a coward. Attacking warriors get plus XO, where X is the number of cowards your opponents control. This is just... Yeah. Move on. All right, protection. So Goldforge Thopterisk is Epsior. Essior also works. Giver of Runes also works. Get rid of Misdirections. Get rid of Teferi. Okay, Spellskite's good. Get rid of Silence. Get rid of Breeze. Defense Grid. Boromir. We good here for the most part? Kira is off curve. Let's get rid of Kira. And we don't need Selfless Spirit. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Removal. This is too much. We can get rid of Floodmaw, Lauren, and Skyclave. However, Ixael Arsonist, I believe, is a 2/3. Yes. Broke. We'll probably come back to this later. This is definitely not going to be a Mystical deck, so let's get rid of that. And I know this deck is definitely going to want Ledger Shredder. Rid of Mana Vault. So I've done a lot of the like Toughness Matters decks like Dorian and whatnot, and there's a lot of 1 mana 0/4s, which if they cantrip now, that's pretty good, but otherwise they're not very good. Like the fact that I have to pay the hybrid ability for every creature that I actually want to assign damage is pretty bad. So I think we more want to just have cards that are already good that just happen to have more toughness. Yeah, let's get rid of Pippin too. Yeah, cards that are already good that just happen to have higher toughness than power. And then this just also makes you draw more cards. That's probably fine. I wonder what the syntax is for that. Is it... So it would be EDH legal, and it would be ID blue and white. It would have to be a creature, and it would have to say power less than toughness? That's what I'm guessing the syntax is. Aha. Okay, and then we want mana values of 5 and under, let's say. That's being very generous, though. Search by EDH rec rank. Oracle. Granith, Ethereum Sculptor. We are very creature-based, and if we're having higher toughness than power, it probably means that most of our creatures are going to fall into this category. Oh, that reminds me. Delny will be great in this deck. Let's add our card draw, and then let's fix our card draw. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Fury has to actually hit our opponent to do anything. Get rid of that. This one, this one. This one. Okay, keep Enduring Innocence. Get rid of this. Is Grazilax a 2/3 or is it the opposite? A 3/2. Mangara technically can draw us a card, so sure. Mentor the Meek. Get rid of Catgeist. Forge. Pollywog Prodigy. Good to go. Sandstone Oracle out. Chip. The fact that this can draw us a card is also pretty good. Get rid of all the Thirsts. Treasure Cruise, and then we're left. Okay, what else do we want? Adeline depends whether its toughness is actually higher. Elishnorn perfectly fits into this deck. Let's just add stacks straight up and just figure out what we want to keep. Okay, so Arcane, Flab, Aura Flux out. Yeah, we can't keep most of this. So we're not gonna, even though we have a lot of creatures, we don't have like no spells. So get rid of the Taxing and Trinispheres. Warp Orb obviously has to go, and all the variants of it, all of that. We can't run Null Rods because we're running Artifacts Ramp. Our set. Okay. Linvala, I don't particularly want, although it is higher toughness than power, so sure. Arbiter out, Lavinia out, Kataki, Hushbringer. Yeah, we can't do ETB stuff. Get rid of that. Elshnorn stays. Eidolon of Rhetoric. I just feel like the fact that we're drawing so many cards means we want to play multiple spells. I don't think we can play Rule of Law effects in this deck. I think we got to lean on counter spells to get the job done. Dauntless Dismantler, that's okay. First Totem has to go. This goes. This goes. Welcoming Vampire? Yep, that's over here. All right, what else do we have? Archaeomancer, we're not a spell deck. We're not an Urza, not a Padine. No, Peregrine Drake draws a card. Ooh. The Peregrine Drake combos that blink it now actually draw our whole deck with our commander. So Peregrine Drake. Yeah, our win con's probably going to be Thassa's Oracle. Now, as far as I'm aware, the only thing that actually combos with this is Deadeye, right? Or you have to do like blink stuff with Ghostly Flicker and Archaeomancer. So Ghostly Flicker, Archaeomancer. Up ID blue-white Peregrine Drake. Plus Deadeye, Ghostly Flicker, Archaeo, Venser, Panharmonicon, no. Yeah, those are the main ones, basically. Ledger, Mangara, we're not playing Baral. We're not playing Baral, right? What's our recount? 14, and some of those are 1 mana, so yeah, no. I roll Wall of Omens, Stone Forge. I don't think there's any equipment we want other than Skull Clamp, and even that's even dubious, actually. How many clampable creatures do we even have? Because I do have Skull Clamp in the deck. How many of these are clampable? Higher toughness and power is also like making that not great. So Enduring Innocence, I don't want to probably ever Skull Clamp my Esper Sentinel, but I guess I can count that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's nowhere near enough. Get rid of Skull Clamp. We're probably going to draw enough cards just off of our commander that I don't even know if we need Mentor of the Meek. Get rid of that. Tetsuko to attack through our opponent. I don't think we have, like, beatdown guys either. Armoring Mystic, Tristan Sacrifice. I wonder about creating creature tokens that have higher toughness. Does Playgun discriminate between tokens? Oh, it's when he enters. Oh, I completely misread that. I thought it was just whenever anything entered that had higher toughness. It's when he enters. Okay, well, then we want stuff that bounces him or blinks him. So, wait, so he's like always a cantrip just off of himself? Plus whatever else you have in play? All right, yeah, then we just want like all the blinks. Our actual count right now. At 96. That also means that we're much more likely to want cards that are cheaper than that are 2 or less, so that when we play him, we draw as much as possible. Okay, what about on 1 or 0? That would just be Ornithopter. What about on 1? Guide of Souls. Mostly probably not going to care about this stuff. Yeah, I can't imagine most of this is that good. Okay, 2 mana. We have all that already. Wall of Omens is okay. All right, so Dowerport made. Where's Dowerport? Every one or more creatures you control leave without dying draw, and it can return another creature to your hand. So we can bounce our commander and replay him. EDH, ID, blue, white. Return creature or permanent owner and costs or less. And not a one-time thing, so not an instant and not a sorcery. Too expensive. Also not a when enters trigger, so doesn't say when card name enters. Or sacrifice. No sacrificing. Must be an activated ability. Okay. Have a colon. Crystal Shard. And Dowerport Made. Crystal Shard's probably one of the cheapest ways to do it. For another target permanent you control and all auras attached to it to your opponent's hand activate only during your turn. That's actually cheaper than Crystal Shard. Crystal Shard you have to pay for. Excuse me. There's Meticulous Excavation, but that costs 3 to bounce a thing. Let's cut off return card name. All right, so we have 23 results. We should be able to get through that pretty quick. Tap 2 birds, return a permanent. Target creature, all auras attached to it, activate only during your turn. Yep. The fairy can bounce our own guy. We're not going to do that, though. Bounces lands. 3 mana. This is a 2 mana. Tap, return target permanent you control to its owner's hand. This is more efficient than Dowerport Mage, but Dowerport Mage also draws us cards, period, when we bounce whatever, so that's fine. Well, I guess we can play both of them. This card to bounce a thing. This one's also a 1/2. All right, well, the fact that we have things that bounce our creatures back to our hand means I would like creatures that have ETB stuff. So Skyclave, Apparition, and Loran would be back in the deck. And if we're putting those in the deck, we can start cutting some of this removal because it's redundant. So let's cut Gilded Drake. Is this you own or control? Return another target creature you control. And I assume the other ones are similar. Turn target permanent you control. Turn another target permanent you control. Turn target creature. Rid of Dress Down. Let's get rid of Gilded Drake. Let's get rid of Submerge. I'm really tempted to do Village Bellringer shenanigans with this deck, but then I'd have to figure out, I'd have to redo the mana. Or not the mana, the ramp cards, which is fine. Actually, I should redo the ramp cards alone just because of Enduring Innocence and whatnot. So yeah, add ramp, and then we're gonna cut most of the stuff that's not creatures. So like single color or colorless ones. Medallion, Chalice, Stone, Jet Medallion, Land Tax, Orc, Diamond, Stone. Amber is possibly fine. Opal, Nardle. Ardell can stay this time. Platymer out. Pearl Medallion out. Lens, Ruby, Sapphire, Sky Diamond, Hive. Keep Talisman. Get rid of Ironcrag. Thought Vessel. Depends on how many cards we're drawing. Get rid of Thunderclap. Get rid of Morning Starstone. 21 our count right now. Our count is 100 exactly. All right, so how are we winning right now? So we can either... any infinite mana combo... Well, no, that's not exactly true. Any infinite that involves bouncing Plague into our hand. So a lot of these bouncers are all tap abilities, right? Yeah, okay, so instead of these, let's do Meticulous Excavation. Or at least let's have that as a card in our deck. And then, I don't know, some of these are kind of redundant. Let's get rid of Crystal Shard, because it's the most expensive one. So if we have any infinite mana combo and Meticulous Excavation, we can bounce and replay Plagun and draw our entire deck, and then just play Thoracle and win the game. If we have... That's Peregrine Drake plus Deadeye, or Peregrine Drake plus Ghostly plus Archaeomancer. And either of those will generate infinite mana. And then with infinite mana, we can use Deadeye and pair it with Plagun and then draw our whole deck, or we can use Meticulous to bounce and recast Plagun over and over. Or... well, yeah, as long as we have infinite mana, we can always Plagun, right? But then we need another piece to where we can keep reusing Plagun. I guess if we're doing the Ghostly Flicker loop, then instead of flickering Peregrine Drake, we just keep flickering Plagun over and over until eventually we get there. So yeah, the Ghostly Flicker loop will do it, and the Deadeye loop will do it. So we don't actually need Meticulous in any of those circumstances. The next one would be Village Bellringer. And then we can also have access to Gilrain. There's Gilrain and there's Eldrazi Displacer. So these are more combos. So basically, if you have Village Bellringer plus creatures that produce a total of 3 to 4 mana, depending on whether you're using Displacer or Gilrain, you can generate infinite. It also means that you can infinitely keep blinking one of these guys, so even without the mana, you just draw your whole deck off of Plagun triggers? No, because you need to blink Plagun. So yeah, you do need to actually generate infinite mana. And then I wonder if there is an Intruder Alarm combo here as well. You'd have to have a thing that you keep replaying, right? Yeah, so then there's Intruder Alarm. This actually would be a case where Meticulous would work. If you had 4 mana worth of creatures and... Actually, no, it doesn't have to be 4 mana. It has to be 2 mana and Shrieking Drake. So if you have Intruder Alarm, Shrieking Drake, you can play Shrieking Drake. It enters, untaps all of your mana dorks, and then it bounces itself. And then as long as your mana dorks can produce a total of a blue and a white, then you can just keep tapping them and go infinite. So this means getting rid of some of these other ones. So these like one-off guys that bounce stuff. Let's get rid of Vedalken Mastermind and Essence Ray. And I don't know, some of these other ones are things that we probably don't need, like Linvala, Narset. I don't know how good we are at actually protecting Narset either, so let's get rid of Narset. Also, if you have any blink stuff, so like Enduring Innocence and Welcoming Vampire only trigger once per turn, but if you're doing infinite blinks, then you can blink these and keep triggering them as well. Although if you can do that, then you can just blink your command. Either way, it's fine. We have 21 ramp spells. Let's get rid of Glorious Signet. Probably don't need it. Also at 31 lands, we can get rid of another land if we need more space. I feel like there's something obvious that I'm not including in this deck that really should be in here. Oh, I cut Mystical Tutor earlier, right? Let's put that back. And get rid of Reflecting Tool. Mystical Tutor I cut earlier because I didn't think I would need it, but we actually do have Ghostly Flicker as one of our combo pieces, so yeah, we need it. Alright, these are the 3 drops. These are... Village Bellringer, is that far down? Fail. Alright, what about 4 mana? Even though our commander's 3 mana, we actually don't want to cast it on curve most of the time. Alright, that's probably fine. This seems good enough. Alright, let's play test it. So, turn 1, land, and then just... So play Cavern, name Wizard. Tap, tap, cast Arcane Signet. Possibly offer something or fragmentize something, who knows. Untap. This actually gets much worse as a card advantage engine then, since I thought that this triggered off of every creature entering. If it only can come out later, then yeah, that's much worse than I initially thought. So I don't know, let's play Linvala. There's Peregrine Drake. Alright, ooh, none of our... Oh no, Cavernous Souls produces colorless. Okay, yeah. So, tap, tap, tap. Play Displacer. Possibly offer something at this point. And then back... Okay, so now we can go infinite. So we've got Peregrine Drake enters. Untaps these. And then we go 1, 2, 3, blink the Drake, and we're always producing 1 more, so we have infinite mana. Then we can cast our commander, and it draws 3 cards off of these creatures, and then we just draw our whole deck, right? So I'll put Thoracle aside when we get to it. We have to draw in exact increments of 3 at a time, right? I don't know what we started with. Did we have like 81 or something? Here's Thoracle. Well, like hypothetically, when would this not work? We would have to be basically drawing in... Like hypothetically, we could have like 2 cards left in our deck. But at this point, we have infinite mana and all the counter spells open, so then we can just play Thoracle, and if anyone tries to mess with that, it doesn't matter because we just counter back everything, so it's fine. All right. Oh, let's try another one. All right, you'd play, I don't know. Turn 1, Mystic Remora, draw maybe 1 or 2 cards off of it. I'm not sure how much. Take your next turn. Probably pay for it once. Play another land. Possibly destroy something. Draw another card off the Mystic Remora. And at this point, it would be kind of tough to keep paying for it, although it's probably fine here. Pay for it again. So, play a land. And draw another card, and then at this point, you probably can't afford to keep paying for it, so... Graveyard. Play a land. Now let's just play ramp. So, Silvermere, Crawler. Next turn, play this on blue. Got Bellringer, Displacer, and 2 of these. Can you only spend this only to cast a non-creature spell? So Nardole does not actually work with the rest of what we're doing. Well, 1, 2, and white. Play Bellringer, untap these. Then tap. We've got Nardole, and then go 1, cast Plagan, and we're gonna draw 4 cards. 2, 3, 4. Chrome Mox, exiling Offer. Maybe you have to use Offer to protect this in the first place. So exile. I wouldn't have to play Chrome Mox if I cast Offer first, right? We're at 7 cards. Yeah, that's fine. Now we basically just need 2 more mana creatures. So the fact that Nardole doesn't tap for the Bellringer combo, I think is kind of a problem. Like, we can't use it to pay for Displacer. So I'm gonna swap Nardole for Palladium Myr. And, you know, there's another problem like Myr Convert, you have to pay life, but at least this can potentially be used in certain... Like, you wouldn't be able to make infinite if this was your like, exactly 1 extra mana that you needed, but you would be able to make, like, a good amount, and then potentially use that amount to get into something else. Anyway, I think this is pretty good here. So, yeah, I'm happy with this. This is the Plagon deck. Then we have a request to build Ophelia, which is also from Foundation. So sure, Ophelia it is. All right. So Ophelia. So we are 2 colors. Yeah, so add the starter kit, add the mana base. We do want Ophelia to not die, so protection. And very quickly, we can just mop up. Oh, we don't need mana. Get rid of Arid Mace's off color, as is Flooded and red and blue. 32 lands. We're gonna cut this down substantially. You never need these black protection spells when you have access to green. That. And of course you don't need the Mana Rocks when you're in green because you've got access to the Dorks. Every one of those cards. But we do want Amber. Our commander's only 2. Let's get rid of that. Deadly Rock's good. Okay. Okay. So. The main question I have is, are we going to be able to have enough snakes, right? Because essentially what we want here is we have the 5 mana activated ability that is until end of turn, whenever 1 or more Gorgons and or snakes you control deal combat damage to a player, the player loses half their life rounded. Presumably you want to attack your opponent with a whole bunch of creatures. Activate this and, like, you know, deal a bajillion damage, right? So I know Ophiomancer is going to be one of those cards, but outside of that, I'm not sure how many things, because this makes a snake, right? Yeah, snake token with Death Touch. Outside of Ophiomancer, I don't know how much of this there is. So let's do format EH ID green and black, and then it must either be a snake or a Gorgon, or it has to stay snake or stay Gorgon, so like it makes a creature token of one of those. I guess hypothetically you also could just play Maskwood Nexus and then all your stuff becomes snake. We probably should add that too. Do Maskwood Nexus, because then all of our Monodorks become snakes or Gorgons. Conspiracy is another one that does the same thing. Conspiracy. Alright, and then how many snakes Gorgons are there in the game? 157, so that should be pretty quick to get through. We could just play straight up like 1 mana Death Touch snakes. That doesn't strike me as being particularly good. I do like Anaconda with Swamp Walk. I like the idea that they're unblockable a lot better. We can also play Cover of Darkness, like Name Snake, and then all of our snakes. I assume mostly that the Gorgons are going to be higher mana values, and that the other things are going to be, and that snakes are lower mana values in general. Archetype of Finality gives Death Touch everything, but it's 6 mana. I would want this if it wasn't 4. I don't know, let's tentatively add this. There's not that many. So Anaconda, Ankle Biter, because it's only 1 mana. Flex. It is a pest. It says snake in here, but it doesn't actually make snake. The other side do. Look at the top 5. Okay. This makes a snake, but it's 5 mana. Oh, it is a snake as well, but it does Defender. Light Mamba can regenerate, but who cares? That's not very good. End turn for each other, rogue and or snake you control. Put a menace counter on another target creature. Nope. All right, Caustic Bronco is a snake that can draw cards. Good with that. Case enters, destroy up to 1 target creature that was dealt damage. Solve it by 3 or more creatures died. And then it becomes a 4/4 Gorgon with Death Touch and Lifelink. That's a lot of hoops to jump through to get that. Cobra Trap. If a non-creature permanent under your control was destroyed this turn by a spell or ability an opponent controlled, you can pay green to make 4 snakes. So if your opponent casts any sort of destroy target whatever, make a bunch of snakes. I don't like the fact that you can't control this happening and that it only applies to destruction and not like exile, bounce, etc. But it is 1 mana for 4/1/1. Which is kind of what we're trying to do. Although they don't have Death Touch or anything. Actually, yeah, the fact that they don't have Death Touch or anything means they just get blocked. That's fine. Coiling Stalker. Deal combat damage, plus 1 counter. I assume most of these are going to be just limited draft chaff. 7 mana, yeah. Make into play. Enduring Tenacity. This goes infinite with, was it Blood, right? Okay. Cronus is a mana dork that is also snake. Here's another 1 mana Death Touch snake. Okay. On reach. Mana. Hapatra makes snakes, but she only makes snakes when -1 counters, and I get that she can make her own snake. She has to have hit your opponent. And the rest of our deck is not really built, going to be built around -1 counter. X-Drinker. In order to give it pro everything, we have to pay a total of 9. Before then, it's just like a whatever creature, so no. Whatever creature you control with Death Touch attacks, each opponent loses 1, you gain 1. Whatever creature you control with Death Touch deals damage to a Planeswalker. Crit, no. Also a no on that one. Dies make a treasure. Nope. Lotus Cobra is a snake? Sure. Sure. Swamp Walk, that's actually better than all the other abilities we've seen snakes. Because we can just play Urborg and then it's unblockable. Okay. Swamp Walk, again, this one's 2 mana, but whatever. Whenever an opponent casts a blue or black spell, put a counter on Mold Adder, so it can get really big. Sure. Moss Viper. Another Mana Dork, that happens to be a snake. Oran Frostfang. Draw a card. I don't know. Kind of a lot. Same thing with this one. It's a Mana Dork, but it's 4 mana. Oran Viper. I guess if we're all in on attacking players, we're probably going to have Toski and whatnot as well, so add those. How does Amarthus factor into this? Rachi Hatchery is way too much more. That just filters colors. No, this one is an actual Mono Dork. All right, good with that. One or more creatures you control deal combat damage to the player, create a treasure, and manifest the top of the player's library. Really, really expensive Grim Hireling. Another Mana Dork, that's a snake. Okay. Any each opponent's upkeep, they lose one. This one protests 5 mana, that's bad. Another Death Touch snake. I guess my idea with the Death Touch snakes is that, like, if your opponent wants to block them, they at least have to trade. Although I don't know how good that even is. Serpapard is a cat snake. Sure. Roundmuff Excavator is also a snake. I'm mainly looking for things that also just happen to be snakes that are just good. You commit a crime, target opponent, target creature gains menace and lifelink. Okay. Riverboa Island Walk. That's pretty likely to be able to attack somebody. Or a Tribe Elder happens to be a snake, sure. And Tribe Scout, very well. Whenever a land comes into play, its controller makes a snake. Nope. Expensive, too expensive, doesn't do anything. EC, no. Vanilla 2-1. Oh, we'll pass on that. Sacrifice Snake Basket, put X Cobras into play. I assume they've been eroded to snakes. That's also not good, though. Stonecoil Serpent is a snake. It's also not particularly good. It does have tramp, but we have to pay a bunch of mana. This guy tutors Command Tower, right? But it just tutors it to your hand. Vizier of the Menagerie. Are Nagas snakes now? Vizier of the... Okay, so Nagas have been eroded to snakes. Depends on how many creatures are going to be in our deck, but... Death Touch and another ability, okay. Winding Constrictor would be +1 counter related. I don't think we have anything that cares about that. Weaver of Harmony is enchantment related, which I also don't think we have anything that related to that. Is that, okay, I think that's pretty much it. So back to the deck list. We're probably way over budget on card, but right now we're mainly gonna want our opponent to not be able to interfere with us on our turn, because we don't want to pay like 5 mana for Ophelia and then they just kill it, right? Or 5 mana for Ophelia and then they just kill other things. Let's get rid of Lightning Greaves, and we're gonna have more ramp than we should because of the 2 mana snakes that we added, so we can cut Utopia and... Not sure what else. Come back to that. Probably more removal than we need. Nature's Kenriths. We want to be able to attack through our opponents, so we want their creatures to just be dead, not transformed into... Just get rid of Kenrith's Transform. Then, so these are all the untagged creatures, right? Enduring Tenacity only makes sense if I'm also playing the combo with it. So it is Exquisite Blood, right? Enduring Tenacity. Yeah, it's Exquisite Blood or the Vampire that's the... So it doesn't cost me much to just add Exquisite Blood to the deck. Most of the... Oh, this is... Amp. I would guess I would put in card draw. Amp. I guess these dudes I would count as evasion creatures, so evasion, and Viper, Vizier, sort of card draw, because you can off the top of your deck. Tribe Scout is basically ramp, although it depends on you having lands. Another mana creature. Evasion. One more, yeah, Marsh Boa. Evasion. Other evasion. Oh, this one's 4. I really don't like that it's 4, but sure. I guess Mold Adder is down. And then I'm not going to categorize any of these Death Touch guys. Okay, so City of Solitude, Defense Grid, Dosen. All right, Gaia's Herald. Let's. Problem with Dosen and City of Solitude and Defense Grid is that they mess up your opponent. So let's say one of your opponents has a combo and another one of your opponents has spells to interact with it. Well, City of Solitude and Dosen apply to everybody, not just you. So nobody can cast spells during each other's turns. So while these prevent your opponents from interacting with your stuff, it also prevents your opponents from interacting with any of your other opponent's stuff. Root of Dosen, Defense Grid, and City of Solitude as the protection spells. Then we should also add Cover of Darkness, and then we can name Snake, and all of our snakes can have fear. And we're at 25 ramp, which is too much. I don't know what to cut from here. Because I'm not cutting like my 1 mana dorks, and I'm not cutting the snakes. I guess I can cut Arbor Elf. We can cut some lands, so let's cut Reflecting. This is the Shifting Woodland deck, something that we want. I guess we can cut that and Reflecting Pool possibly. Oh, we need Toski in this deck. So Toski. Definitely a Skull Clamp deck. And we don't really need Dark Ritual. Not trying to like turbo this out. So what are we at now? We're at 101. We have to make 1 cut. Not protection. It's not going to be this. Could just be one of our random guys over here. Or like a removal spell that I don't need because it's like Snuff Out. Spirit of Nature. I also really don't like the Anaconda costs 4. That's like so much. So the main plan here is assemble a board. Well, we have the Enduring Tenacity, Exquisite Blood combo, but aside from that, we have mainly the idea is to just set up a bunch of creatures and then either like have enough snakes that we can just attack our opponents and deal tons of damage to them, or we have Cover of Darkness to give all of our snakes fear, which can mostly let us attack through unimpeded. We also have some snakes that are just naturally evasive with like Swamp Walk and Island Walk. Those are other ways of just beating down opponents. And that's like mainly what we're doing. We have got some good card draw spells. Absolutely ridiculous amount of ramp. 24. That's a lot. And then, yeah, I guess that's basically it. We also have Maskwood Nexus to like turn all of our guys into... Oh, I don't need Devoted Druid deck. I wonder what EDH rec. Ophelia. Yep, all the snake stuff I pretty much expected. Skullwinder. Sure, Skullwinder. Snake, Eternal Witness. Very well. Recursion. Oh, how did I forget Changelings? There's Changeling Outcast, which is actually unblockable. It's actually just straight up unblockable. ID green black. I think that's the only one. Like the only one I would actually want. Changeling Outcast. I want Full or Automaton. One's Death Touch, but it's 3. Generate, no. Okay, that's basically it. So now I'm 1 over what else? I assume they're just, like, there's a lot of snake tribal stuff in here, regardless of how actually good it is. There's change cast. Whenever you commit a crime, target... Oh, yeah, we looked at that already. Fireboa. Flasher is just another, like... Oh, yeah, Bloodletter. Bloodletter is a kill. The Bloodletter turns every trigger into actual lethal. Every creature controls Death Touch. Okay, so there's with Death Touch. Not that many of our creatures have Death Touch. We've got like 5 to 6 snakes with Death Touch, roughly. Instance. Hear about that. Sorcery. Put 2 snakes into play. Whenever a non-token snake enters under your control, you may return this from your graveyard to your... So it's 3 mana for 2 snakes. And then keep reusing it when more snakes, which is whatever. Act of the Serpent? Well, we're not really snake tribal. Like, we do have a fair number of snakes, but we're not really like a snake tribal deck, so I would not have that. Ability artifacts. There's Snake Basket. I pretty much expected most of the stuff. Bow of Nylea to make all your attackers. Dolmen Gate. Dolmen Gate's a pretty good addition to the deck, actually, because it means our Death Touch snakes can attack our opponent, and then if they block, we get to keep the snakes, but their guys die. So sure. So Dolmen Gate. Further in... Yeah, Wound Reflect. So there's the damage doubler cards that combine with our commander to just make our opponents auto lose. So let's compare to, because I know I had these same cards in Virtus, so let's compare to Virtus and Gorm. So Virtus and Gorm have yeah, there's Wound Reflection and there's Blitzwing. Beginning of your end step, target opponent loses life equal to the life that player lost this. Mainly those two. There's another one that's 8 mana, but I'm not going to play it because it's 8 mana. We're not playing Shizo. We should have Shizo. Not really. Not really. What else is being recommended? Snake Pit. Whenever an opponent casts a blue or black spell, you create a snake. Why didn't that show up, or did I just ignore it? Snake Pit. Oh, Beastmaster Ascension, because we have a bunch of... yeah, that makes sense too. Beastmaster Ascension. It does also make sense for Unstoppable Slasher to be in this deck, because it will also combine with multiple of our double the damage output cards to be an instant kill. Haunted one, the same creature types, get +2 own Undying. 2 mana to give something shadow. No. Every attack, put a shield counter on target attacking creature. It gains when this creature deals combat damage to player. Remove the shield counter if you draw a card. And then there's a bunch of Gorgon, Vraska Planeswalkers. Yeah. And we got to the land. Okay, so that's fine. So mainly those were the additions, and now we just got to figure out stuff to cut. So I mean, I kind of don't want all these like Death Touchers, but like sort of what we need to be playing. How many actual snakes are in the deck? 25. So I think that the non-unblockable snakes are just not that good. And if we have 20, and that's 25 snakes, and that's not counting non-creatures that make snake token. So considering that, I am just going to chop these the deck. I'm not going to chop Ophiomancer, though, because it can keep making a snake. So even if your snake dies, it makes another snake. But I will just cut all the ones that are just 1 mana Death Touch. And then Dolmen Gate probably still stays in the deck. Yeah, the Cobra Trap is another one where it's like very good. Whereas the Snake Pit can like keep making more and more snakes as the game goes. And Anaconda is another one that I don't like that much, but it at least has Swamp Walk. Mold Adder is also just big. We more want to go wide than big, so let's get rid of Mold Adder. We're still left with 19 snakes, which is pretty good. So what else can we cut at this point? We have a lot of ramp. I would like to cut one of these ramp cards. I just don't know what. Because I don't want to cut a snake, and I don't want to cut a 1 mana ramp. That isn't Arbor Elf or because they're a little awkward. But I've already cut. Priest of Titania, maybe? What's our actual elf count right now? 9. One of those is Disciple, though, so it's really 8. So aside from her, it's 7. Decent. What's our enchantment count for Sanctum Weaver? We have 11 enchantments. One of those is Exquisite Blood, and one of those is Conspiracy. One of those is Snake Pit, and one of those is Wound Reflection. So, of the, like, 2 mana and lower ones, it's actually only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's only 5. They're on 2 and lower, and then if you count Beastmaster and Necro, then it's 7. So it's similar to Priest of Titania. What else do we have as far as other things to cut? Combo cards. Skullwinder, which is a snake. We don't need all this removal. I assume we still have tons of things to clamp because we got all of our mana dorks. So Skull Clamp, no. Having less of the Death Touch snakes means that Toski is worse, but it's still probably good, and it's better than Orin Frostfin because it costs less. Get rid of Bowmasters because even though it's like a generically good card, it's not really doing anything specifically good for this deck. Sure, cut Bowmasters. Alright, how does this look right now? Turn 1, Command Tower, and can't do, and play Marsh Boa. Then play this. Tap, tap, cast Arachi Sustainer. Next turn, we'll grab Bayou, I guess. And we're at 4 mana total, so now we can play. It's the most mana efficient thing I can do. Just cast Enduring Tenacity, or do I play Ophelia plus Destiny Spinner? Destiny Spinner, Ophelia. Ooh, that's pretty nice. So now we can do Cover of Darkness named Snake, and play Orin Viper. Fetch, Overgrown Tomb. So this has Fear and Death Touch, so we can probably hit somebody with it. And we can probably hit somebody with it. I still think we're not in a position to just straight up kill opponents, though. I mean, we can, like, spending 5 mana to make our opponents take a ton of damage is fine, but... not particularly something I want to do, so it's probably just better to go, like, play another snake, and then attack and give this one, like, a +1 counter, right? Oh, it makes a snake, and then it makes a snake with Death Touch. Add another. Okay, this is the wrong snake. Add this one. And our next turn, okay, so we got more stuff, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if we want to do the beatdown plan, right? So we would go activate, and then some amount of the snakes would get through, but not all of them. It would just be our opponents take a bunch of damage. Anyway, the deck looks like it basically functions, so I'm good with that. Anyway, thanks for suggesting this, Chris, because I figured, like, I saw this card, I didn't think it was that good. I still don't think it's that good, but it's at least, like, interesting. Worthy of building around. And then finally, we have our last deck of the day, which is Niv Visionary. Starter, add in to this. All right, we have a 6 mana commander, so we're probably going to want more ramp than you. Ramp. Fresh. Also, probably more counter spells, usual as well, so add those into. And protection for the guy. Okay, so before I start shaving ramp, although I am going to cut all the medallions, probably. Cut all the medallions. We're definitely not going to be a picker deck, so let's get rid of that right off. Pearl, Ruby, there. Then we have to cut fetches, so that is Marsh. Get rid of these. Get rid of Windswept and 33 lands. Let's get rid of Cephalid Coliseum. And 31, that's fine. If we need to cut another one, we can cut Reflecting. Anyway. Get rid of Untimely, Ricochet Trap, and Bolt Bend. Misdirect. Want Defense Grid, get rid of Defense. By the time this comes online, people can pay for SC, or that's not helpful anymore. Here is helpful though, as is Lightning Greaves kind of, and Spellskite. Those can all stick around. Get rid of Burnout, and for the counter spells, I'm probably not going to do combo stuff for Muddle the Mix. Get rid of that. The rest is probably fine. Removal, I want to get rid of Wild Magic Surge. Mana Vault's good, and Grim Monolith will also be. And then I don't know if we're going to have enough spells for Thunderclap, Ralbaral, etc. I don't think so. Let's just get rid of those. And yeah, we don't want Brazen. We don't want, like, the creatures, actually. Get rid of all of those. Definitely not Amber. Turtle. Doctor. Medium Leg Mer. Ragavan's different because it's 1 mana. Ral, Silver Mer. Thunderclap Drake, and that leaves us with 20 ramp. That's fine. Yeah, we're not a Skull Clamp deck, so get rid of Skull Clamp. And so the main thing here is you have no max hand size, and whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, you draw that many cards. So immediately things like Roiling Vortex come to mind, right? Roiling Vortex. Sulfuric Vortex. And then there's the creature, there's all the cards that trigger when you play instances. So how many instants and sorceries do I actually have? I have 20, 22 instants and 0 sorcery. Okay. I have a lot of decks that have like all these beat down red spells in them. So let's take a look at some. Compare to example of one of those. Solfim. I don't have a Solfim deck. Torbrand. Let's see. Although that's obviously going to be. Take a look at this. During each player's upkeep, this deals 1 damage to that player for each artifact they control. So I do want to draw like the most amount of cards possible. At the same time, I don't really want to burn myself, but whatever. Pyrostatic Pillar, Eidolon. Mainly looking for things where I don't have to keep investing mana into them. So yeah, there's the cards like, you know, Kessig Flamebreather, right? Whenever you cast a non-creature, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. So this is just cast a spell and you draw 3 cards, right? I'm not sure if we want this. End Festivities is also like 1 mana, you draw 3 cards. What I mainly want to do is I want to be able to play my, you know, 6 mana Niv Mizzet and then just have the damage already occurring as the turns pass. So like Magebane, Lizard, Razorkin. Is Razorkin in here? Apparently. Or it's not alphabetically sorted. Anyway, so I'd also like to have fewer creatures if possible so that they're not susceptible to removal. Ancient Runes. Cards like Mana Barbs. Burning Earth. Even though these are symmetrical effects. There's Razorkin. Spell Shock. Yeah, whenever a player casts a spell, they take 2 damage. Yeah, I don't think I want all of the, like, the creatures that are, you know, when you cast blah, 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 draw. Unless it's maybe the non-creatures and it doesn't specifically apply only to the instants and sorceries. So there's Kessig Flamebreather, Firebrand Archer, Coruscation. Where is that? Where's the otter? Instant and sorceries only. This is instant. Coruscation is non-creature. Blade Blast Fireballs, you deal 2 to all of your opponents and draw 6 total. Oh, there's that new, there's a new card from Foundations that's 1 mana, deal 3 to everybody. Except you. So there's... let's just search for, ID is blue and red, and it is 2 or less. And it says damage to each opponent deals. So yeah, not like Agate Instigator. Yeah, Bolt Wave, 3 damage to each opponent. Boom. So if Niv Mizzet survives the turn, you just go cast this, 1 mana, draw 9. Only, which those may even actually just be good enough, but I'm going to ignore them. And the Festivities is 1 mana, draw 3, but we can do better than that. Mono faces Kakazan as Monop Ruins. It's more mana than I want to pay. Same thing with Shivan Gorge. Like, I get that they make it so that you always have access to a spell, but I feel like that's not really necessary. Eidolon, I added Eidolon. Heck Hazard's 1 to everybody, and Stable Amulet. Is that really it? What happened to, why is, God, what is it called? Oh, it's not doing the each player, damage to each player. That's why I'm not seeing certain cards. Flame Rift and Price of Progress. Of Blood Maw, Urge, Gilded Drake, probably. Gilded Drake can stay. Okay, so the big question here is essentially going to be, how do we actually win the game? Because obviously we can set this up to draw a ton of cards, right? But the actual bigger question is, sure, we can draw a bunch of cards. How are we actually winning the game? The most likely scenarios would either just be like draw our whole deck and play Thoracle, or just do Underworld Breach bullshit. Probably. Like, if we're drawing 10 million cards, probably fine. Underworld Breach. Lion's Eye Diamond. Razorkin Needlehead, got it. Brain Freeze. I would like more than just that for the win, so let's also add Thoracle. Of course, a lot of these cards also hurt us, so problem. All right, what about mana value 3? I didn't look that up. So EDH, ID, blue-red, deals damage to each player or opponent, and mana value equals 3. 50 results. Blade Blast, Fireball. If it's on 3 mana, I'm looking more for permanents that keep doing it. Not just one-off effects. Molten Psyche. Everyone wheels, and then if we have Metalcraft, which we probably should have, deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of cards that player has drawn, which can potentially be a lot. And although I don't like wheeling opponents, because then you don't know, like, did you just bin their crappy hand and gave them a bunch of new cards? I guess Shaojin. Contact artifacts, deal 1 damage each. 2 damage to any target, 1 damage each non-artifact creature target opponent controls. No, I don't want to take. Fizzle, 3 for 3. Worse than other rates I can do. Slagstorm. Slagstorm I kind of like for being able to just clear the board and also be a draw bajillion cards later in the game, so let's possibly have that one. Actually, you know what? No, I don't like it. 2 damage each creature and each player. Alcud Exploration will also keep triggering. It's only once a turn. What's this Duskmourn card here? Roller Crusher Ride. Got it. We don't actually need much card draw because our commander is already card draw. Most of the beatdown stuff is symmetrical, though. The only ones that are not symmetrical are Razorkin Needlehead and... not that. I think there was more than just that. Oh, the pinger guys, like Coruscation Mage, Firebrand Archer, Kessig. Those ones are also asymmetrical, but most of them are not. What's our total card count? It's exactly 100. And let's look at our creatures. So we have 13 creatures in the deck. So Gilded Drake is, that doesn't matter. I'm looking at this from the perspective of what if I play sweep, right? So mainly like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like 8 creatures are potentially in harm's way if we play sweepers. I really do need sweepers. I also don't really like Hydroelectric Specimen here because I feel like, first of all, you know, our commander's 6 mana, so there's probably never going to be a time where we have our commander and then we have 3 more mana left open in order to cast this to protect it. So it's going to wind up being a card that just damages us in a lot of cases. And when we're playing this many cards that are about beatdown, we really need to examine the lands and figure out, okay, do we really need to be playing these lands that hurt us? Now, in some cases, it's unavoidable. Like, we have to play City of Brass, we have to play Fetch Land, have the colors. But in the case of Hydroelectric Specimen, I don't think we need that. Pinnacle Monk is one that has more use, because we can actually play it and get, like, a spell back. But I think I want to get rid of Hydroelectric. And then the rest of the lands, there's also something to be said for, because we have cards like, where are they? Burning Earth and Price of Progress, where they care about our non-basic land count. So there's something to be said for, why don't we not just play like all the non-basic lands possible? So in the case of like Manamo, is it better to have another island and take less damage when we have these non-basic land hate cards versus the opportunity to untap the ring? I feel like the opportunity to untap the ring is better, and it's part of that is because we just can't cut enough lands to get to a point where we're not going to have all these lands. I feel like you get pummeled by aggro. Well, it's a good thing aggro doesn't really exist. But that's also why I'm looking for, how do I play Sweep deck? So, also, some of our counter spells are not that good, like Spell Pierce and Miscast, because this deck is going to go long. Like, the games are going to go long. So we don't want to play those taxing effects. Flusterstorm's different. Flusterstorm gets a pass. This spell is also probably not very good. I want to play more of these like hard counters in this deck that actually just straight up counter stuff. And then I can play some sweepers. So there is Slagstorm, which I do like for being able to be either a sweeper early or just something bigger later on. We should also add Blasphemous Act. I think some of the problem with like these early guys, right? So you look at a card like Firebrand Arc, right? And we're not really like a Storm deck that's trying to play a bunch of spells. And by the time we get Niv Mizzet into play, this has been sitting around on the board for a long time not doing anything. It's basically like an example of this card's only good after we've already deployed Niv Mizzet. So in that case, I like cards more like Ancient Runes, for example. Ancient Runes, Burning Earth, Mana Barbs, Pyrostatic Pillar, like cards that we can just have out in play already that are just naturally going to damage our opponents. So we like play Niv Mizzet, pass, and then our opponents, they have to like tap their mana, they have to cast spells, or they just straight up just take the damage because of like Sulfuric Vortex, for example. And then we can start drawing cards. And the idea here is basically I want to go Niv Mizzet, pass, and then when I untap, we win. Right? That's essentially what I'm trying to get. I want it, because we're not going to be able to have enough mana to go Niv Mizzet, cast a bunch of other stuff. So I want it to be Niv Mizzet, pass the turn. Hopefully Niv Mizzet can stick, can survive because of like Spellskite or whatever. And then when it comes back around to us, we have like dealt damage to our opponents, or we can just cast cards like Bolt Wave or whatever, and then boom, they'll just lose. So, Blasphemous, Slagstorm, let's add one more. I think Chain Reaction is the next best sweeper in red. It's also the fact that Niv Mizzet can draw off of damage means that I'm more likely to want to shift my removal towards having damage. So instead of like Gilded Drake, why don't we play Lightning Bolt, for example? And that way, let's say it's later in the game and we just draw Lightning Bolt, we can just cast that and basically Ancestral Recall once we have to play. I should also probably have Force of Negation in here, because that's going to be another way to keep Niv alive. So let's say, we pass the turn, and then they draw their answer, or then they draw their combo piece. We need ways of interacting. That's another. But I feel like these are the best beatdown cards. What does EDHREC have to say? So Niv Mizzet. Is there anything like really obvious that I'm forgetting? Yeah, there's also like damage doubling, right? So there's another idea would be just play damage, just play like asymmetric damage increasers. So where, okay, sure, I have Sulfuric Vortex, but it's dealing like 2 to 3 times more damage to you than it is to me, instead of like Firebrand Archer and whatnot. So in that case, it would be But then you're playing more expensive cards like Gratuitous Violence and the new Dragon from the set. So there's trade-offs. And I think it's basically just those two, right? It's the Dragon and it's Gratuitous Violence. Furnace of Wrath is symmetrical, so not that. I feel like playing damage, increasing stuff would make it all too fiddly. I would have to see how it actually works out. Oh, do we want Thoracle or do we want Labman? Thoracle? Yeah, so it looks like a lot of people are just taking this in a storm direction. I feel like you want to take this in a control direction because your commander's 6 mana. So it's like, it's going to be really hard to storm into this and still have resources to keep going. Like, you can't just play all the fast mana in the world, and because then you're going to have tons of clunky games where you're just drawing fast mana and you can't do anything with it. Or you get fast mana, you deploy your commander, and then you have nothing to follow that up with. Oh, Harmonic Prodigy. Like, I don't think we need to double the trigger on Niv. I think we're good. Yep, all the same cards. What is Fire Spitter? Well, whenever you cast a non-create... Oh, so it's just another one of them. Archmage Runes. Yeah, Archmage Emeritus. I feel like Niv Mizzet alone. But resolving this through an opponent. So basically we've got like Cavern of Souls, and then we've got... Yeah, that's the problem. We've got Cavern of Souls and then nothing else to really prevent you from getting countered. I guess we have Misdirection and Force of Will. Let's add Expedition maps so that we can just make sure that we always have Cavern of Souls. Brand to also just increase the damage that we're outputting. I can already tell I'm going to need to cut things in. I'm also 1 card over. So what's like bad cards that we... I'm really questioning whether these like mage dudes are actually good, especially since a lot of our spells are counter spells and we can't actually cast them proactively. So if you look at like Sorceries and Instant, how many of these are counter spells? So we've got 28 and 13 of them are counter spells, although 2 of those are blast. But like, are we gonna have the card? Actually, no. I guess these don't just care about instants and sorceries, right? They also care about like artifacts. They're okay. What else do we have here? Yeah, people are doing the dual caster combo. That's another thing you can do. Valley Flood Caller. That combo. Eidolon. Baron. I don't think you need to double the triggers on Niv. I don't think you need Baron or Harmonic Prodigy. I feel like it's good enough. Like, if your Niv Mizzet has resolved and you're untapping with it, you're probably just... Yeah, Scrawling Crawler. Beginning of your upkeep, each player draws. Whenever an opponent draws, they... Wait, doesn't this only apply to damage? Yeah, then why would we want Scrawling Crawler? Huh, Heartless Hidetsugu. Alright, yeah. We're playing fast mana. They're this stuff. Could play Galvanic Blast, yes. Yeah, let's... Well, Dress Down already draws a card, but sure. Galvanic Blast. I do want Chaos Warp just in case we have to permanently deal with something like a Rule of Law. Make 1 cut right now. I'd have more ramp than I need. Iron Crag, I guess. But yeah, End the Festivities, Geyser. These cards are all basically like Ancestral Recall, right? That's probably just good enough. ID, blue-red. Mana value 1. Deals damage to each player or opponent. That's not Blazing Bolt. It has to actually hit players. So Earthquake for... Okay, so let's do End the Festivities. Opponent just plays what? So Kamana faces Kakazan and Hazard, and Voldaren Epicure does this thing as well. So I'm guessing that those are better than guys. Coruscation Mage, Firebrand. Sure. Actually, wait. If one of my combos is Brain Freeze, how do I win if I keep blasting myself in the face? Yeah, that actually means the Breach plan won't work. Because we have to keep casting Brain Freeze and we keep shocking ourselves off of, like, Eidolon and whatnot. Yeah, okay, so that just straight up doesn't work. So actually, it does need to be, like, dual caster. Something that isn't about continuously replaying stuff over and over and over. Yeah, let's just do Dual Caster, Molten Dupe, and Thoracle. Those are our 2 win conditions. What else we have here? Gix Probe, whatever. Haven. Exile a red card from your hand instead of paying for it. Deal 2 to each creature and each player. Yeah, 0 mana for draw 2. For draw 6. Pretty good. Haven. Inner Fire, add red for each card in your hand. I guess we probably do need access to, like, some fast mana so that when we cast spells and draw cards, we can then, like, go off. So the fast mana that I want access to is the ones that give me a ton, not just, like, Pyretic Ritual. Inner Fire and Mana Geyser. Okay. Mind Bomb deals 3 damage to each player. Each player may choose and discard up to 3 cards to prevent that damage to them. What is the Oracle on that? Mind Bomb. Each player may discard up to 3 cards. Deals damage to each player equal to 3 minus the number of cards they discard. So you either are drawing a ton of cards or your opponents are having to discard. Either way, it's good. Mind Bomb. What a unique card. Acidic Soil. Deal 1 to each player for each land they control. Oh, never mind. That's basically draw your entire deck, right? Prisoner's Dilemma. Each player secretly chooses Silence or Snitch. I've seen this card before. If each opponent chose Silence, that deals 4 damage to them. So this is basically 5 mana. Draw somewhere between 12 and... $12 cards minimum, let's say. Prisoner's Dilemma. The thing is, you can only cast this... You can only cast this after you've already generated a bunch of fast mana, because if you cast this first and draw a bunch of cards, you're not going to be able to actually use all of that. Like, you're going to draw a ton of cards, and then you're going to have to discard. Or actually, you're not going to have to discard, because it gives you an influence, but you won't be able to win that turn. actually. But the only way this works is if you go fast mana spell, then cast prisoners. Huh? There's Breach, Fire Inscription, all that. Vortexes and Mana Barbs. The Dragon Caller is an interesting attempt to be a win condition, but I think we just need to actually combo win the game. Fire Emancipation, yeah, there's also the damage increasers like the Case of the Ransacked Lab. It feels like people are taking this deck much more in a Storm direction, and I feel like the deck needs to be a control deck. Why would you want Reliquary Tower in your deck that already your commander gives you maximum hand size anyway? Alright, well... how many are we over? We're over by 5. So it's mainly going to be cut the beatdown stuff. How many lands is everyone going to have? You're already casting your commander, so... somewhere between like 4 and 6. So you're drawing... this is like 3 mana, draw 12 or more, basically. Okay, what can I cut? I can probably cut some more ramp, although not too much. Fractured Power Stone. We don't even actually need Thought Vessel of that. 17. I don't want to go lower than 6. That's another one, essentially. I kind of like all the rest. And then we maybe don't need 3 sweepers. What about straight up removal? We've got Cave-In, Chaos, Cycrift, that Chain Reaction, and these beatdown cards are not as good as maybe Ancient Runes, because you're not even guaranteed that your opponent's going to actually have artifacts. Even though the likelihood is that some of them will have some artifacts. I guess, no, that's not correct. Like, Dockside was a card everyone played every single time. Because... why wouldn't you? Although Dockside counted... was Dockside only artifacts, or did it count enchantments too? I think it counted both, right? Oh, Bolt Wave, Burning Earth. Ice. No, I like all of these. Yeah, I like every single card here. I don't know what else to cut. We got 2 cuts to make. The likelihood that I actually want to play Pinnacle Monk at any point. I guess there's hypothetically you could play like a Mana Geyser or something and then Pinnacle Monk and then get it back and then cast it again for even more. I really do not know what to cut at this point. Beginning of your post-combat main, add red for each 1 life your opponents have lost. does depend on you having a way to actually hit them for a bunch, which most of your proactive stuff doesn't actually do that. It's mainly just the one that does 3 to everybody, but all the other ones. That, there's Price of Progress, and Acidic Soil. Those are like the main. Alright, I think we're fine on that front. What am I actually cutting? Go down to 16 ramp, so I could cut one other thing. I guess it would be Prismatic Lens. Do I have anything that specifically targets artifacts? I don't, so then Torque is the worst one here, actually. And one more cut. I could potentially cut, like, Kumano. Just because, like, I don't need all the different variations, and all the other ones are better than it. All right, that one. Okay. Let's play. So, fetch. Fetch up. Panic. Oh, I didn't draw for turn. Monovault. X. Fetch. Have a mountain. My life total is actually relevant. Then I could play Mystic Remora, which is probably the correct one. Razorkin, each opponent takes damage. Back to our turn, Command Tower. Play Spellskite plus Remora. And if it's later in the game, so let's say, I don't know how many cards you would draw for more, so I'm just gonna basically treat this as Phyrexian. So, card, pay for it. Cavern on Nib. Dragon or I guess Wizard. I probably have some other wizards in the deck, maybe? I don't know. I definitely don't have any other dragons. So Cavern, and then I could actually play it right now and then have Spellskite open, and that's assuming nobody has counter spells, so. We play Niv. Hopefully no one has a counter spell. And then it's opponent's turn, so they take one and we draw. Next opponent takes one and we draw. The next opponent takes one and we draw. Then it's back to our turn. We're not untapping this. So it doesn't untap. We're at 37. We've dealt 2 damage to opponents. Now we will fetch 6. Go grab our basic island. Ball Ring. I'll play it off the island. And no, I'll play it off Cavernous. And then tap, or floating a colorless, cast Price of Progress. Now, I have no idea how many cards I'm drawing based off of this, but it's turn 5. So let's just say our opponent's land count is whatever turn it is, right? So let's just say everyone has 5 land. Actually, let's be conservative and say that our opponents, they cast some ramp, and so they don't actually have the full set. Let's say it's 1 less than whatever turn it is. Let's say all of our opponents have 4 lands, and some of those are basics. Let's just say every one of our opponents, say there's an average of, I don't know, 1 basic between our opponents. So it's 4, 4, 4, but it's actually 1 less than that, so it's 11. So we take 1, 2, oh no, so we take 2, 4, 6. We're at 30, and our opponents have a total of 11 lands, but it's per opponent. So our opponents are taking also an average like 6 to 10 damage, right? So our opponents are at 10, or at 10-ish damage, 10 or so damage, something like that. And then we draw a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18. So we draw something akin to that. So from here, I basically just want to instantly win right now. So we're at 58 cards left in our deck. I didn't find any fast one out of all of that, right?
We're also not going to have the mana to cast any of our fast mana, even if we find it. We can cast Bolt Wave. Draw 9. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna play this because it's free. Actually, no, our hand is infinite sized anyway. It doesn't matter. So we've got Force of Negation up, and we've got Negate up. Or Counterspell, rather. There's Inner Fire. So we're just going to win next turn. Try again and see what happens here. Can't keep that hand, so restart. Alright, this hand's keepable, I guess. Oh, is it? It's almost keepable. We just need a land. This, fetch, go grab Volcanic. And play map. Now we just need to draw a land. Well, we're not going to draw a land. Pyroblast something. Alright, there's a land. Play Cold Steel Heart, named Blue, I suppose, because that's what I'm missing. Next, we go tap, tap, Prismatic, tap, tap, crack the map, go grab Cavern, and name Wizard. And we can't do anything else, so next turn, the 1/1 off casting Niv, and we can't even protect it if we do. Let's just set up for that. So, tap these, play Grim Monolith. And then I don't want to play Voldaren Epicure because I want it to stick around for me to draw more cards. So then we'll play Pyrostatic Pillar. Yeah, alright, that's fine. Everyone takes 2, back to our turn, we take 2. Took 1 off pitching. And 3 off of that land. Mana Barbs. Well, we can play Niv now because of Grim Monolith. So we have no protection for Niv once it's in play, though. 3, 4, 5, 6. Niv. Go. Voldaren Epicure. We draw 3 cards. 3. There's a land. We do have Flusterstorm now to hopefully protect something. Let's assume we're forced to use it at some point. Although it's unlikely Flusterstorm would actually be able to counter anything. But let's just assume Niv Mizzet survives. So opponent takes 2, or rather, it's 2 per spell they cast. Let's assume everyone casts 1 spell at least. Let's just say somebody casts a spell that's going to trigger this draw. And back to our turn. This is not on tap. We took 2 off of. Now we can go Chrome Mox, trigger Pyrostatic, and Exiles. Actually, before I do that, cast Inner Fire. I don't have a way of actually drawing cards right now, right? No, I don't. I basically just play Mana Barbs and pass. Or Mystic or more and pass, something like that. Anyway, I think the deck is basically functional. I think the only problem is that when you're in, like, when you're actually in the untapped chain, then you have a very limited amount of mana that you can generate. So you basically just have Mana Geyser and Inner Fire, right? So, and both of those are expensive. They're 4 and 5 mana. So if you're at a point where you can't actually cast either of those before you like have to draw spells and then you don't have the mana left over, then you just brick. Well, you don't brick, you draw a million cards, but you don't win that turn. So maybe I want to add like Sticker Goblin or Seething Song to the deck. Or Jeska's Will. Say Jeska's Will, Seething Song, and blank goblin. That way when you're mid-combo, you can start doing these. This requires that I cut some other stuff. So I feel like the 1 mana draws are not actually that good. Maybe get rid of Voldaren and Voldaren, Tech Hazard, and End of Festivity. I wonder if there's other things that do a bunch of damage that I haven't looked at yet. Because that leaves you with very little that you can use to actually proactively draw cards. It's basically just Slag Storm, Bolt Wave, a Soil. Because all the other cards are things that trigger on like the opponent's Flame Rift, Price of Progress. All the other cards are ones that are just active during other players' turns. Only 5 cards that are actively drawing you cards. You don't play those. I don't know. Ancestral Recall has to be good, right? Has to be. But then what else am I cutting? Or maybe they're just not and they should be the pingers. Instant or heals, damage, player or opponent or any target. ID blue red, format EDH. Let's say it needs to be more than 2 damage. So actually damage 4 each. That resulted in nothing. Okay, damage. Oh, wait, it's not going to be worded like that. These are going to be separated. It's going to be 4 each. And I want the card to be cheap enough that... Okay, that didn't work. Why is Price of Progress not found? Price... 4 each. Cool. 62 results for off the value. Target creature and opponent, no. There's Acidic Soil. Not that. How about... What if I start specifying the damage? So, 3 damage. If it's 3 damage, I want it to be 1. Let's confine it to that. Yeah, there's other things that go to the face, like Chain Lightning, Lava Spike. Okay, what about 4 damage? And then I can be 2 or less. That's not good. What about 5? Shrapnel Blast, which is 2 for 5. There's Goblin Grenade, but then we need a Goblin. The Delayed Blast is 3 for 6. You draw 6 cards. I feel like it has to be better than that. Part Cards like Sizzle might be good enough, though. So each player or each up. Let's take the target one out of there. How does that result in nothing? Deals damage. Oh, there's a quote that off by accident. 121 results. Okay. Because probably Sizzle and the guy that's like Sizzle might be good enough. Here's dealt damages. Four for 4. Also no. At the end of each player's turn, deals X damage to that player, where X is the number of untapped lands. Upper tablet. Not the X spells, because they cost 2. Deal 3 to each creature without flying and each player. That's 3 mana for 9 cards. It's probably more important to draw more cards than hard to beat. End of each player's turn, if the player didn't cast a spell, okay. What? Mainly looking for Sizzle. Maybe Molten Psyche is good. You have a lot of cards that don't matter. You're ready to actually win. 1 damage to each. Common Opera. When each player's upkeep, if the player controls more lands than anyone else. There's Sizzle, so 3 for 3, so that's like the flame one. This is 3 for 2, not that one. 2 damage each creature and each player, no. Basically, I'm looking for 3 for 3. If I can get that rate, I'm good. That's basically. Back here, let's cut the End the Festivities, Tech Hazard. And then I'm 3 over because I added the fast mod cards. It's possible that the cards like Eidolon and Pyrostatic are not good, because it depends entirely on what your opponents are casting. Or maybe Burning Earth and Mana Barbs are too expensive, who knows. Bolt Blast. Chaos. Rid of Chaos. I cut Dualcaster Molten Dupe, that only leaves me with the Thoracle Wind, but that's okay. It doesn't mean I have to draw my whole. That's fine. Try that. So, opening hand, draw for turn. Training Center. Tap the... Oh, I don't have anything to play. Alright, next. Ancient Tomb. I don't actually have anything to play off of that either. Collecting Tool, tap, tap, play green. Next turn. There's Rhystic Study. Tap, tap, Rhystic Study. I'm going to treat Rhystic Study like a Phyrexian. Draw 1 card off of it per turn. Damage because it's draw next turn. And we have 5 mana total and Niv. say we counter something on our opponent's turn and force to blast. Well, back to some degree. Draw from the Heuristic Study, back to our turn. Man, I still didn't hit a landing. Oh well. Okay, so play Pyrostatic Pillar. Or more mana, play draw off the Heuristic Study, next turn. Still didn't hit a landing. Yikes. I wonder if I should have Pyrokinesis. Pyrokinesis go to the face or no? It can't, right? It can only hit creatures. Pyrokinesis. I'm gonna need number of target creatures. Okay, never. Alright, let's continue to say we're forced to keep interacting. Flagstorm to blow the field. Draw off Heuristic. Turn. Alright, here's finally a land. So this guy, 1, 2, 3. Again, this assumes that no one can counter Niv somehow. Play Niv, immediately grieves it. Affected, and then Ancient Runes will deal, I don't know, 2 damage, let's say. Draw 2 cards. And Heuristic Study will draw some of their card, then it's our turn. Land. And how do we win from here? So we've got Cave-In and Bolt Wave. So the most amount that we can draw first is just with Cave-In without having to spend any mana. So Cave-In, exiling Pyrostatic Pillar. We draw 6 cards. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. Alright, there's Mana Geyser. We cast Mana Geyser, so 4, 5. We also took a damage off of me. Mana Geyser, it's turn 8, so opponents have, let's say, 6 lands apiece. Generate 18 red. And we can Jessica's Will, and let's say we get 4 off of that. We're at 1 more, so we have 19 mana. We exile these off the top. Well, that's pretty good. Opal, Vault. We have 18 left. Don't need to play this. 17 left, Bolt Wave. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Play Mind Bomb. Presumably our opponents can discard some cards, but not like all of them. Let's just say we do 6 with this. And 1 of the red to play Sol Ring. I think we're at 16 floating right now. And the big problem is just going to be not having proactive damage. I think that's the biggest issue. Now we have Price of Progress. So, 14 mana. This deal, again, if our opponents have 6 lands, and let's say every one of them controls a basic, so this is 15, 30, no, 45 damage in total, right? They have, let's say 5, 5, 5, so it's 15 doubled, so it's, yeah, it's 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 20, 1, 2, 3. And then we've got all the mana in the world, so Bolt, 1, 2, 3. We can cast Inner Fire, and then we have like we have literally infinite mana. Not literally, almost infinite. Effectively infinite. Soothing Song. And I don't know, it's hard to see my hand. Here's Thoracle. Set that aside. Just Force of Will to protect it. Where's the next burn that I have? All Shock, that's Acidic Soil. Okay, yeah. Oh, we would have taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And Acidic Soil is 1, 2. Is it for each land you control, period? So yeah, 6, 14. Opponents, again, they have like lands apiece. drawing 18. We draw down to 2 cards left in our deck, and then play Thoracle with Force of Will backup, along with Thoracle mana and Force of Will backup. Hopefully that's good enough. This actually means that... Did I cut Prismatic Lens? I actually need to keep Prismatic Lens back as a way to, when we have all the red mana, to filter it. Oh no, I did keep it back. Okay. So the only thing I'm worried about at this point is that we have too much burn that's based on passing to the opponent and then having them take damage, and we probably want more burn that's just based on proactively casting it on our own side. Keep drawing, because there's a pretty high potential that we just brick. So I want to cut the cards that are more like iffy in terms of is our opponent actually going to do anything that allows us to draw cards off of these things? So like Spell Shock, your opponent's going to cast spells, but you know, Pyrostatic Pillar and Eidolon, is your opponent going to cast specifically cheap spells to trigger these? Who knows? Ancient Runes, your opponents will probably have artifacts, but will they? Who knows? So let's get rid of Ancient Rune, and we also need the blue mana available to actually cast Thoracle. So you know what? Instead of Thoracle, I'm gonna make it Labman. And I'm going to make it Labman because the single blue pip means that it's easier to cast this. And let's put aside yes and Pyrostatic Pillar. Whereas like all the other cards are pretty much guaranteed your opponent's going to take damage. Like Magebane Lizard, and the damage also increments if they start to try to storm off. Razorkin's only going to be 1 at a time, but your opponents are always going to draw a card. That'll at least... And then let's swap that out for Voldaren, Tech Hazard, and I kind of want to make room for like Propaganda. I feel like another problem with this deck could be that, I guess not Propaganda, I guess like the sweepers are supposed to be what protects you from your opponents just attacking you to death, but I don't know, we got Slagstorm, we've got Blasphemous Act, and we've got Flame Break, all as ways of clearing the board. I guess that's good enough. All right. I think I'm happy with this in that case. So here is the link. So here's the Niv that Visionary link. And with that, that clears up the last of the Foundations computers. Good with that. So if you came today, I hope you enjoyed yourself. I'll be back at some point, I don't know when, for some more EDH, maybe for something else. Maybe we'll do some Foundations drafts. That could be... Anyway, see you next time.